2. We are already live. I fooled you.
Damn. I feel betrayed. It's all a scam, just like all those early access games. Will never be released.
Hi.
Wait, so CrossCode is getting a spin-off game. Yes, and it's totally official.
Yes.
You know what?
I told you so, man.
I'm gonna write unofficial before that.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Welcome to the very official CrossCode spin-off game stream.
Okay.
Oh, man. Hi.
Okay. Because of that unofficial spin-off fan game of it. Okay. Good.
I told
hello,
you.
everyone.
Hi.
Welcome to the second kinda CrossCode development stream, but not really the same as usual stream with me again, but also HerrDekay, who is also like developing on that unofficial spin-off thingy, and also helping us with getting affiliated.
Yes.
On Twitch.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Because you can't handle it yourselves.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, sorry.
It is indeed true.
But
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we are paying you in exposure, so that's a good deal.
That is true. I actually, with my exposure bucks, I will buy myself new house next week.
You will have so much exposure in that new house.
I will, yeah,
in that new house.
Because there is none.
Of air.
Oh man.
Amazing.
So yeah, today, like the last time, we're working on a fan game for CrossCode.
Fan.
Yeah, I mean, what would you call it? I'm not really a fan. I don't like you guys at all. I'm just here for the exposure, man.
It's how do you call it then?
It's also not a cash grab because I don't get any money.
Yet, I mean, you're once you build in the loot boxes, then cash is flow.
Yes, and so yeah, we're working on that. We did some work on it last week. We will throw everything away we did, basically. No, we won't throw everything away, but a lot of it, because today we're switching engines. Man.
What?
Yeah.
So you mean CrossCode is no longer developed in HTML5, JavaScript, Impact.js?
Yeah, we are finally using Unity.
Oh yeah, finally.
No,
finally the switch port will happen.
Yeah, I mean it was basically decided yesterday by Felix that we are porting the game today. From
it was decided that you will do it alone in one evening.
Yeah. From Game Maker Studio 2 to Godot 3. Because I kind of want to properly learn how to use Godot 3. I know kind of a bit of stuff, so we won't, just look at the documentation all day. But I'm still in the learning phase, so keep that in mind.
We don't have...
Yeah?
We don't have the soundboard, damn it.
Oh, right. Why don't we have the soundboard?
I mean, we could just get it in here, right? But how? I don't even know.
Join? I actually don't know. I forgot. How did I add the soundboard the last time?
Discord, soundboard, commands. I have no idea. What kind of soundboard are we even using? I don't even know. Wait a second. I'm just gonna ask him. Help? Let's say hashtag help.
Wait, can I just...
Did we actually have the soundboard last time?
I think so. I think so. Right?
Soundboard, Discord.
Can we just... What about just playing a sound? No, it's offline actually. It can't even join.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not.
I mean, how do we?
Oh yeah, I have to host it. I'm sorry.
Yes, there was something. Right.
Yeah, this is my duty actually. Let me start him up.
Oh, damn.
I was super confused right now. All right, so about the port. The good thing is there's actually not much to port because you know we did basic physics and that's it, and you can recreate them in Godot really easily. The big part is the procedural dungeon generation, but porting that algorithm should be even easier than actually implementing it in Game Maker. I will explain why in a bit. It's just because of how Godot actually works. It should be much easier. So yeah, that's what we do. You guys can just make noises using your mouth. No.
No, it's not the same.
There we go. All right, and now I'll just do like... Nice. All right. Got it.
Personally, I prefer
Unity.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. It works.
Oh, wait, that's a good point. That's a good point.
What? Oh.
First,
Yeah.
because
Maybe.
attention.
Oh no. All right.
Okay, because volume 30 is like the volume that's enough.
Yeah. Okay. Works. Yes.
By the way, before we forget it, starting with the most important things first, please also visit www.gamedevnetwork.tv. There are many amazing other developers out there that also need your support. Please, guys, look, the URL is on the bottom of the stream layout. Just visit it, please. It's amazing.
Oh. All right. So, Godot 3.
Okay.
First of all, as I said, I was using Game Maker before for the fan game, but I'm taking the opportunity now to use the fan game since the project itself was basically just a big learning experience, or just, you know, my personal little testing grounds. So I'm
just like CrossCode was for us.
Yeah. Exactly. So I'm using, I'm taking the opportunity to port it to Godot to learn how to use the engine better, because the next big goal is to, you know, delete Game Maker forever.
Do you want to tell me that Game Maker is less than ideal?
Maybe a little bit, maybe just a tiny bit. But yeah, I will still finish my personal project on Game Maker, just because there's like millions, literal billions of lines of code. No, it's a lot of code, and I don't want to port it because that's too much work, and I do not like actual work. So
yeah. Okay. Actually, there's a rather serious question that I will answer later once you like are done with talking about the stuff that you want to talk about first.
Okay, just let me explain real quick what I'm doing here.
Okay.
So this is Godot 3. It's an empty project. The first goal for today will be to maybe sorta get the dungeon generation running using Godot's own scripting language, which is GDScript, and yeah, see if we can handle that. I think I should be able to, but we'll see. Maybe everything will just go up in flames, and then we will all be really sad. Okay, you can talk now.
All die. We'll all die.
Oh, Jesus.
By the way,
Yes.
before I go to that, to the question from Yellow Camel, I'm first going to mention that the Discord store just launched like a few hours ago or something.
Oh yeah, right.
And as you can see, there is no CrossCode on there yet. Who knows? Maybe it will be on there at some point.
As you can see, there's nothing here.
Yeah, but Noah actually joined. Like the game that's also published by Raw Fury Games that published Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really good game. It's a really good quote-unquote simplistic, but really fun real-time strategy game. I mean, kind of real-time. I think you were able to slow down time and pause the game. Not sure, but I've played it at Gamescom and it's really tons of fun. So check it out if you're into that. It has a really nice graphic style and everything. Yes, and now onto the question. What was the question again? Right. A question for Geflügel. How was your release? Have you seen Lux Street? Did you feel the same? Of course I saw Lux Street. I was very angry about it. He was not supposed to talk about something like that. No, just kidding. Of course I saw it, and I was... I mean, it's a bit of a shame. It's like hard to... I mean, I can totally understand him, and I partially felt the same after the release because, he felt very bad because dungeons and puzzles were criticized a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Since dungeons were so long, puzzles were a bit hard for many people, or many people just didn't like puzzles.
What? What?
Yeah, I mean that was a big criticism. It's like, man, and but for me it was like many people also said, even in reviews, like professional reviews, man, everything's fetch quest in this game. I was like, I spent so much time on the other quests. Why do you say everything is fetch quest? This is really annoying.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was also a bit frustrating for me, but I mean, of course we had.
I mean, it's just not true, right? It's not just fetch quests. That's the thing.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you still feel a bit like not guilty, but you still think in hindsight, man, maybe we should have removed even more useless quests in the beginning, like this one quest that basically has no story at the start of Autumn's Rise, for example. It's like one of the quests that basically is completely pointless that we could have removed. And maybe that would have made a difference, but then again, I mean, well, it just is a bit of a shame that the very beginning of CrossCode does have, of course, more fetch quests, and that might have given a few people bad impressions or something. But yeah, I mean, can't make it for everyone perfect. But aside from the criticism that, of course, happens, I guess it's also the thing that, I mean, you have developed the game for so long, and then you have the release, and then there's a combination of you want to do more in terms of bug fixing, improvements and stuff, tweaking, and also in terms of like moving forward for the post-game release that we basically announced at the end of the game. Spoiler. And that combined with the criticism that happened. And yeah, I mean, we didn't really celebrate all that much. I mean, we celebrated in the evening. And even that, in hindsight, was something that Felix regretted a bit because we celebrated on that release evening. We only saw all those technical problems the day after, which you could argue, yeah, of course, that kind of robbed us precious time to fix urgent problems. But then again, I mean, we are only human, and that's like the release day. And of course, we would have the urge to kind of celebrate a bit and just let the project rest a bit for the evening at least.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, I mean, it's a complicated topic because whenever you do something, like develop something or be the head of something, you always are in some position of power, yes, but also position of quote-unquote responsibility. I mean, even if it's just for a game, you still might feel responsible for people's time, for people's money that they gave you. And that's always a certain, like, a balance act to balance that feeling of responsibility, a feeling of trying to put your time in it to make the best of the project, compared to like wanting to still have like life and some relaxing time and stuff like that. I hope I didn't like drift too much away from the topic. I mean, it's a really big topic to be honest, especially like with the recent news about the crunch time abuse and stuff like that. That is even worse, I assume, for like big companies that don't really have a choice. I mean, for the workers of those companies that don't even have a choice, really. At least they don't think that they have one. I'm rambling a bit, sorry, but it's hard to like. That's a good point. Don't let reviewers get to your head, please. Where I work, most people just do a media blackout for a month to release, just for sanity. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but if you're a small indie team and you release something, you can't just do a complete shutdown, because you still need to be open for bug fixes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just imagine if we didn't do like, or rather, especially Felix didn't do like the very quick solutions for the performance problems and stuff like that. I mean, that would have caused frustration for a lot of people, for a lot of players, and also a lot of negative feedback for us. So he thought himself, better do it now and get it over with, so the problems wouldn't pile up. So it's, yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of disagree with the whole, if you unionize, the jobs will disappear to India or Shanghai. It's not that easy. The jobs, many jobs have to be done in the country that you're working on. I mean, even if game developers unionize, which they should at some point, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden Blizzard and Activision will just say, okay, we're just developing everything in India or China or something. It just doesn't work that easy, because you still need your people at the position that the head of developments work in, or some managers or whatever, because that just makes communication so much easier. Yeah, of course, many companies will tell you that, but it's nonsense. Like, it's just a big unions will destroy everything scare. It's complete rubbish. Yeah, many complain. I mean, I don't want to criticize the criticism. I mean, but yeah, I mean, a lot of criticism you just should just ignore, or at least not get it to you, because a lot of stuff you just can't fix because it's very subjective, or it's stuff that you can't fix or change without compromising your gameplay vision and stuff like that.
Mm.
So yeah. And as for like Felix doing that, I mean, I was a bit surprised by that as well, but I mean, I can definitely understand why he would feel that way, because I mean, it is even way more his baby than it is like my baby, for example, because he started the project. He has put way more time in it than I did, and of course the pressure is much harder on him compared to me, for example. And even I felt like pressure and responsibility for like game criticism and stuff like that. So, but for me, to be honest, I have to admit that I was rather unproductive since release. I did pay a lot of attention to like feedback, to like responses, criticism, and try to have like a lot of communication with Discord and stuff like that. And also fixed a lot of small and bigger bugs and typos along the way, especially also German typos. Those are very funny at times. But I actually didn't do much like super productive work for additional content and stuff like that, aside from some tweaking, like some additional traders for balance reasons and things. So yeah, I mean, I guess everyone handles the release differently anyway, I would assume. So, and I think Felix is doing much better already. It's just like a moment of like feeling a bit down after everything. But
yeah, I mean,
we should all.
that happens.
Yeah, okay, go on. That happens, and we should. I'm missing vocabulary a lot these days. We should empathize. Yes, empathize, underline, enhance, AVA, point out, set off, give weight to that we are complaining on very high standards. Like, I mean, we can complain about criticism and about stuff that we could have done better and this and that, but I mean, as you can pretty quickly see, the game has been very successful. Both in terms of okay, you don't know its sales, but I mean, you can see it on the review count on Steam. Both in terms of sales and in terms of like general reviews, has been very successful, and a lot of compared to a lot of like projects that just are not successful at all, which might happen even if they are really good. We can't really complain too much. I mean, of course, we sometimes feel down about stuff because that's something that's also very subjective for us. But even if we complain, that doesn't mean that we are not still very proud and satisfied with the whole project and how it has been received by both the fans and markets and reviewers and whatever. So don't worry too much about us. Seriously, even if we might sometimes be sad and have feelings. I mean, Felix having feelings, that's like a big thing, but still, don't be worried about
Wow.
it. It's okay.
All right.
Man, how many viewers do we have? 88. Oh no, please, we need either more or less viewers. This is like a cursed number.
So just so people are in the loop at what I'm actually doing while you were explaining the situation. I'm actually starting with the dungeon generator.
Somehow make sense of our convoluted situation.
Yes. I'm starting with a dungeon generator scene, which will generate the dungeon. Right now I'm looking at the algorithm I'm using, which I proudly call throw poop at the wall. Because that's basically what it does. And I'm just looking at right here. I'm basically looking at the GameMaker code, which is probably a bit hard to read right now, and just see what I actually need in Godot, what I don't need, and how I implement the same algorithm in Godot. And I think I need more exports here, right? So where are my constants actually? Here? Yes. The thing is, the good thing is, so just to explain how Godot works, just a little bit. In GameMaker it works like this, that to generate the pool of rooms I can put into the dungeon, I basically have to iterate through every room in the game, get all the tile layers in that room and save those tile layers tile by tile in separate arrays, and then generate the main path through the dungeon, and after that place the rooms using all those arrays and basically just placing a bunch of tiles, which works but it's actually super complex, or more complex than it really should be. Let's say it like that. So the plan for Godot is, since the system works like everything you do, everything you create, every game object, every room, every whatever is a so-called scene in the engine. You can instantiate every scene into another scene. So the plan is to basically have the same setup as in GameMaker, where I have my pool of rooms, which are all just different scenes. But instead of saving all the tiles in different arrays, I'm just instantiating the rooms I need. This should reduce a lot of overhead in the code, and
Oh, that's good.
and I'm just looking at what I actually need from my algorithm and which things I can just throw away. So yeah.
I'm just a bit. I mean, I did listen to you, but I'm just a bit hypnotized by this one video that Tanatosta posted, and that's actually in the game, like the whole head kit doing like this wobble thing.
Yes, it's amazing.
With the, should I make the life a bit easier? Is this like some sort of assist mode for the game or what?
Yeah, kinda. There's this new challenge mode, and it's really hard. So, this challenge mode has basically its own assist mode, you could say, where it's just a tiny bit easier. And when you start up the mode, you get this screen, and it's amazing.
It's really amazing. I mean, I gotta say, I think Felix has to draw like a head kit and a Leia crossover drawing at some point, because they both have like the best smug faces.
Room width, room height.
And the music is really peaceful. I mean, I think this could also be like music that you could really, use really well for working in the background.
Yeah, it is. So
I think
yeah.
I think I will just play this. I will just play it as an extract
Nice.
for an hour or something,
Oh, man.
or unless you get annoyed by it.
Before, some people were asking questions about the scripting language in Godot. So by default, you're using GDScript, which I'm using right now, which is kind of a little bit like Python, but not really. It's basically a scripting language which was created for Godot, with the main goal in mind to be as easy to read and understand as possible. So it's actually pretty easy to learn and to read. It's pretty easy to read code, even your own code or code from others. But it's still fully object oriented. It has all the bells and whistles modern scripting language kind of has to have.
Nice.
Unlike other engines I'm using. And yeah, but someone noticed that they said something about C++ and C# support, and that's true as well. You can either use C# as a scripting language, or you could even go ahead and implement things like Rust or F and script using that. Or you can dig directly into the engine code and go full C++. Everything in the engine is open source, so you can basically just do whatever you want.
Nice. Sounds really flexible.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, what do I need? Prog gen branch chance. I need prog gen branch chance. I'm just copying all the variables from the Game Maker project. Prog gen branch length min, and I'm exporting all those variables because then I can actually see them in the inspector when editing the dungeon generator itself, and I can just tweak the values in the inspector without having to go into the code. This is such a nice track, man.
It is. I mean, you do know that you can make it louder, quieter by just increasing rhythm volume, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure in case it's too quiet, because for me it was a bit too quiet right now.
Oh yeah, it is indeed a bit quiet, I think.
Yeah.
Let me just. Ooh. This should be better.
Yes.
All right.
It's really relaxing, and it's going for over an hour. So if you ever get tired of it, we can skip it. But for now, it will keep us company.
Prog gen treasure chance export int var prog gen density export. Oh wait, those are not all. Oh, this is a float.
No, don't float away.
No, I'm floating away, dude. Prog gen max room number.
Oh, someone. I'm just inspecting if the CrossCode wiki has been updated a bit, and yeah, there's been a lot of work going on there. Nice. Thanks go out to the diligent CrossCode wiki worker bees that do a lot of work there and make sure that players that need help might find it in some cases. I mean, it's still not complete, but it looks much. It's just about to basically finish up all the new content that has been added since the early access beta.
No, Godot has no import from Game Maker button. I'm sorry.
Oh.
If it had, I would be super happy because I would port Lunisys in an instant. But yeah, not happening. I'm sorry.
Damn.
So as you
by
can
the way,
yeah.
Yeah, go on.
No,
go on. It's not okay. Okay, just for organization purpose, because I think we haven't mentioned it. If you have questions, it's best if you write at Radical Fish Games or at Geflügel before them, so we can actually see them. Or if you have anything important to say, anything really important, like, oh no, the screen is gone, or something like this. Just write it like this, and then you can make sure that we will actually see it. Okay, go on.
All right. So we created all those exports right now. So if I go to my dungeon generator scene and go into the dungeon generator node, you can see all those variables in the inspector. So I can very easily and even during runtime tweak all the variables I exported, which is nice. Also, it auto-generates names for all the variables, which is also really nice. So yeah,
nice. That's so good.
This is a good thing. I like that a lot.
Good engine doing good things.
Yeah. So let's see. I don't need that. I don't need. Do I need that? I don't know. I guess I do need a room type enumerator. How did enumerators work in GDScript? Let me check that. As I said, I'm still very much in the learning phase for Godot.
I'm learning.
So,
I'm a helper.
oh, there we go.
Don't.
Enumerators, enum, room type, and just what do we have here? Normal. I can type well. I know how to keyboard.
Oh, that's a good, cute tweet we got. Nice to hear that you are working on assist mode. I showed my smaller brother, 9 years old, CrossCode, and he liked it, but it got a bit hard after a while. And assist mode opens the game to a bigger audience, which is always great. Yep, I agree. It's really good that I think it will help a lot of people.
All right, let's see. I don't need this enumerator, this monster I created. I don't need this array, I don't think.
I don't know if the kid does a Fortnite dance on a tosser. Please stop being cursed.
But I might need some arrays just to store the different rooms there, like just where the generator can actually find the rooms. That would make sense, I guess. Probably. Yeah. All right. I mean, yeah. Let's do it like this for now. Rooms normal is an array. Wow. Rooms
Wario.
puzzle is an array. Rooms Wario is an array, and rooms boss is an array, right? So as you can see, there's actually no strict typing. If you don't want to, you can use strict variable types, and you kind of should, I guess, but I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I need a direction enumerator. Right, up, left, down, num. What else do I need? Do I need this? I don't think so. This just initializes the array, which I already did. I think. Yeah, I did. I did do that.
It's a really nice article. Someone posted like this Medium article about this topic. The topic every game dev is talking about behind closed doors. The cost of doing business. And it's basically about like the emotional cost of doing business. Apparently, I mean, I've only read like the first few paragraphs. Basically about how you. What is it? Wait a second. Okay, yeah. He quotes the tweet that says, "If I quit game dev, it won't be because of money or lack of love for the craft. It will be because of the attitude of the vocal 0.1% of gamers." who nobody will moderate. Okay, yeah, I can definitely see where this article is going to.
So what do we have here? I will do another function for that because I can actually use functions in Godot, which, you know, makes sense.
That sounds very useful to have.
Yeah, like.
By the way, there's a question for you.
Oh,
I go on first. Is this related to what DK is working on his personal channel or something new?
No.
I'm not sure what you were working on.
Yeah, I am working on stuff on my personal channel, but that's my own game. I mean, this is basically my game as well, but that's
your off time game.
This is my off time learning game. And since it's a CrossCode related game, we're doing it kinda here. So yeah, this is not my main project. All right, so let's see what we actually need here. We need a current key level. All right, we have so many local variables here. Oh dear. Do I need all this?
Oh man.
Set run what oh, all right, the room type key level. I need this. I'm really happy right now. I can show you guys. I'm super happy that I actually commented the code. This helps out a lot, actually. All right, so I need the current number of rooms here. Let's make this. No, make this a var.
Oh, it's a side project then. Does it mean that you will add microtransactions?
Yes.
and then Anatosa said the main collectibles will be friendship points.
Yes. Please.
This will never leave me.
Oh man, the friendship points, they're so good though. What kind of threshold is this? I don't care. I'm just adding it. Start cell. Yeah, we kind of need that. Is there like I ran math dot random? No. Okay, what's the random function? Wait, we can. Oh man, we do have search help. There we go. Random mize. Alright, this doesn't help at all. This is just a randomize function. Yeah, that's just randomize the seed. That's not. Oh, it's just range. Oh no, it's not. That's actually. Oh, there we go. Randy. It's Randy.
Randy?
Yeah, the function is called Randy.
Why?
Oh, this is so cool.
Oh, Nubis said that Godot has a friendship point system built in. That's good.
Randy. Yeah, it's random integer.
Randy.
So
random integer. I see.
Yeah, right.
I see. It's cool.
So I'm using modulo to get a range. All right. I get it. Okay. So Randy. Oh man, this is so good. Randy. Oh, it was just that's Randy, right? Randy modulo blah. All right. And that's the dungeon with -1 and starts why is Randy. I was thinking about doing my own wrapper function to do random range, but I like Randy so much I just want to keep using it.
Randy is amazing.
Yeah, his cousin is Ranf.
Ranf. There's a question. Why did you change to Godot? I mean, you answered this already before, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of a loaded question, to be honest. There's just a lot of things wrong with GameMaker right now. And let's just say, to make it short, I'm not feeling super optimistic that people will use GameMaker for a long time anymore. So I'm jumping ship. Kinda. I will still finish my main project on GameMaker Studio 2 because, as I said before, it's so much code. I couldn't handle porting it. But yeah, everything after that and basically all the small projects and like game jams and all that, I will probably, very likely, using Godot. Any reason I'm not moving to more mainstream engines? Yeah, actually, I mean, really, what more mainstream engines are there? There's Unreal Engine, which is nice, but especially if you work mainly in 2D like I do, it's just it's just mega overkill. Like I know. And then also I personally I don't really like the Unreal editor that much. I just don't like it. Unity I'm more inclined to use. I do quite like how Unity handles.
Now I see there is strength in Unity.
Yeah, it's a bit. There's a lot of stuff in there, like too much stuff maybe. People could say. But it's a really good engine, and I can see why lots of people are using it. And while I was using it and trying it out, I had lots of fun actually using it. But same thing for 2D, especially for pixel perfect 2D, which is kind of my main focus. It's really crap, and because it doesn't really have a 2D engine. So yeah, it's basically out of the question as well. So the only thing left was GameMaker, because it is using a pixel grid. It is a real 2D engine, and that was basically the only choice I had. And maybe I was also a bit biased because I was using GameMaker for like 15 years or something, not even longer, since 2001, 2002. Yeah, like 16 or 17 years. But now that Godot is actually, production ready pretty much, and it has a real 2D engine and a real 3D engine, I see little reason not to use it. So, yeah. As long as I've been in 3D engines, you're my evil twin. The thing is, I actually was in the same time frame. I was actually using C++ and different frameworks in 3D, like Ogre 3D and Irrlicht. But I just can't handle using frameworks anymore. I just can't. I'm too old for that shit. Hi, Felix.
Talking about old, hey.
Hi, Felix.
Yeah.
Who's this guy?
Man.
I just ate some pancakes.
Oh, pancakes.
Yes, pancakes.
And now?
Pancakes.
And I learned that when the recipe actually tells you that's for 2 portions, that actually is for 2 portions. So like, that's like too much for
Pancakes
1 person. So
Fill
now I
your
have like, I still have 2 pancakes left.
fill up your stomach. Pancakes fill up your stomach really quickly.
Yeah, they do. That's also something I learned. Oh, I actually wanted to show the stream, just mute it. Okay. Yeah. So working on the game now in Godot.
Yes,
No,
exactly.
all of crucial
Because you
here.
told me to do that.
What? What? I did?
Yesterday I
Yeah.
asked if I
Kinda.
should, use Godot or not, and you said yes, use Godot. It's the best engine
No.
in the world.
What?
Those are your words.
What?
Yeah,
CrossCode
exactly
now
what you
ported to
said.
Godot.
I can-
Yeah, I
I
just
can
I would like to see how exactly this works, and so I'm gonna watch a little bit how you work with Godot.
It doesn't. The end.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now I'm just trying to port the dungeon generation algorithm. And I'm already throwing just a lot of code away I just don't need anymore. It's amazing.
It's always good to throw away code. Feels good if you do that.
Yeah. It also feels good
good,
if would feel good if I could actually type stuff. That would be nice. I'm just not hitting the keys.
Oh,
Oh, man.
so this is now Godot script, or what is this language?
Yes, this is GD script, right?
Oh, so that is kind of like its own language, but similar to Python. Or
Yeah, it is.
What I
It
understood.
is right. It is its own language, but it's really Python-y. Like people just saw, I wanted to do an inline if statement, which doesn't really work because it uses tab indentations to actually see where the code belongs. So it threw me an error right there.
oh boy,
Yeah,
that's definitely something to get used to. I mean,
it's kind
if you come
of
from
weird,
JavaScript.
but it's also you're forced to actually use proper indentation, which is you
Well,
know,
I mean, the code is guaranteed to look decent.
yeah, it looks
More or
really
less.
clean. Just
That might be helpful.
also the integer random function is called Randy, and I love that.
Randy.
Randy.
Wow.
It's Randy.
Wow. Randy. No, it actually gonna tell me there's a rabbit function too.
So no, because he was called Randy, right?
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also,
man,
a
Randy.
recipe for pancakes. What is this blasphemy? Yeah, I don't know. I don't cook that often, so if I feel like doing pancakes, I actually have to look up a recipe. I'm actually very limited in my cooking knowledge.
I mean, better than doing it like having a bad, like unbalanced pancake.
Can I actually do this?
Teig.
Does this work?
I mean, that's how I used to do pancakes in the past, just buy like the pre-made thing
No,
and
doesn't.
mix it with milk and eggs maybe. But now I actually decided, yeah, I'm gonna do it myself. It's actually not
Just
that
with
difficult.
flour.
Yeah. But what I then did is essentially, I tried to do something fancy, so it's not just regular pancakes, but no, I wanted to make pancakes with fancy stuff on them, like I don't know, cheese and ham, and like some tomatoes, a few herbs and stuff, and so I had to figure out how to do that while also like frying them in the pan. Oh, those kind of pancakes. Yeah, no. Now Rose in the chat, now he's judging me because he actually knows this stuff when it comes
Yeah.
to cooking.
He
Anyway,
knows his cooking.
the result was actually pretty good. Probably can be better, but I think for a first attempt, it's pretty nice.
Yep, that's nice.
Okay. Yeah, but I also
By the way-
destroyed half my kitchen in the process.
Oh god. Well, Felix, I mean, you have to burn something when cooking. I mean, that's like the radical fish.
Yeah. That's like
Felix,
cooking at
I
home.
have actually our real name isn't Radical Fish Games. It's
Crucial Fish
Radiant.
What?
No, it's radiant flash flames or something.
Why? I
No,
think I heard
not
this
flash. Wait a
before.
sec. Fish flames. Radiant. Damn it! I'm. No, it's Felix. I remember it again. It's radiant dish flames
Why?
because we
Because-
burn food. All
Oh
the time.
wow, yeah, radiant dish flame. Now actually, all I managed to do is just throw down my salt mill, or what do you say, like the one that you use to grind your salt.
Salt. Salt. Wait.
Let me actually look it up. I'm
And
always like whenever it
salsa.
comes to cooking. Yeah, it's actually
Wow,
mill. It's mill.
that's-
I think salt mill.
Okay, yeah, for you it's a mill because a normal Sandstreuer is either a salt shaker or
Yeah.
in America a muffinier. What the heck? I've never seen that word.
Wow. There's so
A
many fancy
muffinier.
cooking words. Yeah, anyway, so I
Yeah.
just mistakenly threw this. There was like really like too much stuff happened. So first of all, I was mixing the what is meal? I forgot it.
Floor.
Floor. That's one. Yeah. Like I was mixing the floor and stuff, and then I kind of managed to spill half of the floor over the kitchen like an idiot, and then I had to, like, I was kind of cleaning this up a little bit. Yeah, I spilled the floor over the floor, essentially. The flour. The
Yeah.
flour.
Flower. The flower?
I think it's
Why
pronounced
did
flour.
you have flowers? Who are those flowers for, Felix?
Let me check how it's pronounced. Yeah, it's pronounced flour, actually. So I spilled the
Oh.
flour over the floor, and then I was trying to clean this up. Then I threw down my salt mill. And it was out of glass, of course. So it broke. All the salt was on the floor and the glass shards. And I mean, the dough was essentially already ready, so it was resting anyway. So I had time. So I took my my vacuum cleaner and tried to clean my stuff on my kitchen floor, and that didn't work because recently my vacuum cleaner has been acting strange. So like it didn't clean properly because something was filled up.
Me
So
too.
that was the next problem. I kind of like had to get the vacuum cleaner to work again decently because like all the salt on the floor just didn't suck it up. Didn't work.
So you are telling me that your dust sucker was acting up?
My dust sucker. How do we actually say? I don't know. So it didn't work. In any case, then I finally figured out why that. It's not because it was full. It was because the filter was actually too overused. There was too much dust filled up in the filter. So I just had to like hit it a little bit, like spreading the whole dust to my flat. But at least the vacuum cleaner worked again. So then I managed to finally clean the floor, and then as an end result, I just essentially broke my salt mill and made a huge mess that I cleaned up. But at least the vacuum cleaner is working again. Yeah, and all that happened while I was trying to make pancakes, essentially.
That's tragic. And I really think that I really like that Somerset just used the salt emote.
Yeah.
on-
Well, it's fitting, right?
Yeah, it is. Felix,
Yeah.
how long do you intend to stay?
I don't know.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Because I want to talk badly about you and
Oh.
Wow.
What? So I should leave.
No.
no. It's I actually have some let's say it's not really a quiz. It's rather I have something for you and Decay
What?
to guess for at some point. I mean, not now because now he's developing stuff.
Yeah, you probably will stop doing this later. That's how those streams work, right?
Well, actually, it wouldn't. I could just do it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Sure. just,
Okay.
yeah.
this will start a bit, hey, what the fuck is he talking about? But it will get to a point where you will understand why I'm asking, because it's a topic that we talked about often and in the past streams.
Okay.
I did mention that I was searching for certain fan arts yesterday, right? Because, well, Trigger was starting again, blah blah, and fan art searching and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I found this one fantastic gallery that had like super amazing art and also some crossover stuff with Nier, for example. And then there were some crossover with crossover drawings of basically those World Trigger main characters in certain outfits, and I just couldn't place my finger on where I knew those outfits from, because they seemed familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it. And then I asked a friend of mine, Annelies Chrisman, if she knew those outfits, and she actually did. And actually, I didn't even know those outfits, but you two would. Because it's a project that you two know and like, despite it being very controversial.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna post the artworks, and I'm expecting you to, I want to know if you could recognize those outfits, just the outfits.
I'm kind of
Just the
curious.
clothing
What could
designs.
that be?
I can give you another hint if you don't get it, but. Okay, it's in Discord.
Oh, yeah, I know
Okay.
that.
Let me check.
It's actually a really underrated game, man.
Yeah. And
Give
I
me
know
a
that
moment.
you two like it, because despite it being very controversial.
Maybe I'm just stupid. Let me. It kind of reminds me of something, but I can't just.
Felix.
I can give you a hint. It's a JRPG.
Great.
It's a bit older, but not super old. I mean, it is super old from
It is,
today's standard,
it
but
is really old.
it's not 16-bit. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
It's not 16-bit, and it's from a game series that we talked about a few times in the past, and that we basically consider dead for reasons. And the characters that have those outfits in the game are the protagonists in all games of that series, at least with the same name.
Is that Wild Arms or what?
No, it's not
Sorry.
Wild Arms, but Felix,
No.
the
I
characters
honestly,
that-
I forgot. It seems familiar, but I don't remember.
the characters in
Because
the
of
game, in those games.
Yeah.
Appear
Breath
in
of
every
Fire
game.
5! Now I
Yay.
actually see
Right.
it. Suddenly it make click.
Right.
Yes,
I mean,
Dragon Quarter, that's the one. Oh man. Yeah,
I
obviously.
didn't recognize it because I've never played it.
Yeah.
I just thought, but apparently Annalise played it, and she was
Mm.
like, "Yeah, that's from Dragon Quarter." It was like, "Wow,
Yeah.
interesting." I gotta ask DK and
Yeah, I don't know.
Felix.
Now I'm just not very good at remembering these kind of things, I suppose. But yeah,
give me a second
Dragon
because there
Quarter.
were,
Yeah.
I
because there were
am
also
shooketh.
Why? you will be like I my memory is amazing. I could enjoy the twists of Memento 2 times. That's how great my memory was. I'm not even joking. I watched this movie 2 times and I forgot the twist, and I was enjoying it 2 times.
Oh, wow.
That was within a few years, I swear.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, I mean, if it's like many years between, then I can maybe see it.
Yeah.
Wow. But yeah, I mean, when I saw that, I was like, man, those are some really cool designs. But what are they? Where are they from? I don't recognize
Breath of
them.
Fire
Then-
Dragon Quarter I thought it was a great game.
It was.
yeah, I
yeah.
thought that's from.
Like some people didn't like it because you essentially had to play the game again eventually.
Yeah, the game mechanics were a bit
And
controversial.
I know
assume.
that my mother actually enjoyed the hell out of this game. She played this a
Oh,
lot.
nice.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean, it has Hitoshi Sakimoto soundtrack, which is amazing. Like from the same guy who did
I remember that name.
Vagrant Story and 512. This guy did the soundtrack,
Okay. Oh.
and it's
Okay.
really, really nice.
Give me a second. I want to. There were also two more artworks in that basically used outfits of that, and I also recognized them after like looking in the wiki, obviously. But give me a second. I'm just gonna put this in here as well because it also had like this very pretty near automata thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I've checked today, and Star Ocean Analysis is now also in Europe, and it already released the Nier Automata crossover thingy. Dennis, you have to start playing it now.
No.
You like Nier Automata, don't you?
No.
Yeah.
I rather played
Or
some.
Automata.
I like it, but I'm still, dude.
It's still a
Come
gacha
on.
game.
Oh, I'm just seeing now.
on.
There's actually all right. So four loops do actually work quite differently than I'm used to.
Oh damn. Okay.
Okay, interesting.
So how?
So how much did you already do for this project? Did you essentially start from scratch, or
I
did
did.
you use?
Like for the port, I completely started from scratch. I know a few things about Godot. I'm still in the learning phase, basically, but yeah, I kind of know how it works.
Okay.
I just don't know how for loop works.
Get room type. Get cell neighbors. So this sounds like a class that kind of manages the map layout.
Oh yeah, right. This is the dungeon.
The dungeon generator.
Exactly.
Ah, yes,
right. Yes.
Okay.
By the way, I'm not sure if you saw that, Felix, but Nifram said Felix finally found out that the vacuum cleaner does not magically delete the dust.
Yeah, I saw that one. Mhm.
Okay.
Indeed, it doesn't.
Yeah,
the dust gets stuck somewhere. I was just hoping it gets actually stuck in that one container that you empty.
Yeah, Felix.
Rather than
Felix,
the filter. Yeah.
In the Crossworlds, or rather in the CrossCode real life universe, they already invented like black hole dust suckers, vacuum cleaners.
Those sound very cool.
Or like vacuum cleaners that just have a teleportation device inside them that teleports the dust to some centralized dust collection.
Wow.
department.
That sounds even more convenient.
Yeah,
Less
I've
risky.
also posted the two other Dragon Quarter crossover designs, and I mean it's really cool designs. Honestly, it's just that
Hawaii in
I never
range
played the game.
dungeon heights.
So
Okay.
this
What is dungeon height?
This is basically the size of the
Oh,
grid.
by
where I
calling
placed it.
range, you essentially create a range from
Yeah.
1 to dungeon height, or 0 to
From zero to dungeon height.
-1.
I think. I actually don't know.
Otherwise, it would be less convenient.
Probably. We will see.
Yeah.
We will see if the grid just explodes or not.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if it's including the max range or if it's actually the max range -1. We will see. All right. So I should. Yeah, I'm actually. I can reuse most of the code for this. That's nice. I mean, this is just some really. I'm not placing entities or anything, so you know the really abstract stuff of just creating a grid should work in any engine, basically.
I just read this message by Ro about Stranger Than Fiction, where the main character gives somebody like some flowers, and it's just a box of different types of flower. That is funny.
God damn it. I got you. Damn it. No, okay, is the one being judged. Cosmonaut70 is asking what language.
This is GDScript, which is basically Godot Engine's own scripting language, and it's really kinda sorta like Python. So
alright.
This should work, right? This returns
Actually,
a room
first time I hear of Stranger Than Fiction. The movie. I don't know anything about it. Alright, I think I actually might try to get some work done in parallel as well.
Parallel? Are you
Parallel
expecting
to
me
the
to get
stream.
work done as well?
Yeah, stop playing your freaking gacha games. Do some quests.
I'm not.
Not the
I'm
gacha
not.
game quests.
Felix, I don't. I'm not playing gacha games, I swear.
Okay.
I still haven't gotten the Halloween Mia, Felix. In Fire Emblem. I'm very sad about that. I fear I might not get her.
I feel very sorry for you, honey, for
But
playing
she's-
gacha games.
She's such a waifu, Felix. And she has like a witch hat.
So switch is called match in GDScript, I think. Yeah, it's match, right?
Oh no. Felix, I think Ro wants to beat you up so you get some rest finally.
Well, thing is, like the last 2 weeks, I really haven't worked that much, so I can't really say that I've been overworking myself. I also barely did anything last weekend at all. Just not doing stuff. I don't really think it really helps me to get over this. So I think I rather do like some stuff, but not too much. I think that's a better balance for me.
Yeah, I can see that.
Wait,
People were very worried about you, Felix. They asked me questions.
They ask you questions. I mean,
Yeah,
yesterday
the
was
question rough.
there was just this one moment where I was kind of feeling rather demotivated. Like I was feeling really down yesterday evening. Just decided to randomly write about it rather than not saying anything. There was just some way to vent. Maybe it was not the best idea to do this on Twitter, but I mean, in the end, people wrote a lot of
Felix.
nice stuff, which was nice to read. So probably shouldn't do this too often, though.
Felix,
Yes.
if you do that, you should structure it differently, so that it, instead of like it seeming like a rant or something, it should rather read like some unpopular opinion colon, and then some really wise sounding stuff about the industry or something.
What?
And then it gets retweeted a lot. And then
Oh,
people
wow. Yeah, and the people
And then
probably
you will
still
be,
say
like-
very nice stuff, right? They tend
Yes.
to do that. Yeah. No,
And then also CrossCode also gets more famous. Felix, please think more about work. No, don't.
This should work, right? I think so.
Okay, I should really.
This should be the equivalent. Yeah, this should actually work, I think. Alright.
Anyway, all I'm doing right now is just importing and updating all the language files. There's new stuff that
Oh,
needs to be
yeah, that-
translated. And I want to
Did
be
you-
able. I would like to release a new
This-
version this week, so I better don't do this too late. Otherwise, it will not work out. I mean, that
Yeah,
that is really
true.
one of the very annoying experiences. Once your game is actually translated to a lot of languages and you're working with other partners translating the game, suddenly everything takes longer when you plan to release something. You cannot just easily write some text in a game and then it's out. No, it needs to be translated first, and this takes time. So that's also why we just couldn't really add some small NPCs in the last minute and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's
Even
just
like
about
even
it.
like adding new items is a bit critical unless you
Mm, yeah, everything that has text is you have to give it a bit time to be properly integrated. I mean, in practice, it doesn't take that long for translations to be done, but I mean, our publishers have other things to do, and sometimes they might not get around to do it immediately. So
what? We are not the
Might
top
happen.
priority all the time.
yeah, especially now that the game is out, probably not.
Yeah. No, we're not translating that nonsense. It's out.
Yeah.
No, we have good publishers. Very, very diligent translation people. They're the best publishers. We have all the best publishers.
How do we keep doing?
Why not? I mean, it has kind of become, it's sad to say, but it's kind of become like part of humanity's culture.
Why? That's why humanity isn't going anywhere.
I mean, did you see what I retweeted today about the climate change and the icebergs?
No, I didn't see that.
It's terrible, Felix. It's the worst.
What is it exactly? Is it like science
it's
telling us how bad it is, or somebody denying it?
Somebody being very stupid about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I posted in Discord.
Okay. But we don't even. It's way too
The
early for to
answers to
discuss.
it.
Okay.
I mean, that goes beyond politics because it's just stupidity.
Okay.
Stupidity.
Alright, so I think this should actually work in GDScript.
We got a question
Yeah.
actually. So, supports Godot other languages as Godot script? I do not like the Python here.
By default, you can use either GDScript, you can use C#, you can use pure C++ code, or you can use visual scripting.
That is okay.
But there's basically the possibility to implement every C# based scripting language, or even your own scripting languages, if you're so inclined. You can use like F or Rust or whatever.
Can you use JavaScript?
Maybe you can just, implement it. I don't know. Who uses JavaScript anyway,
I
right?
want to use JavaScript.
Where's my JavaScript?
I might even consider learning C# because
C# is actually a really nice language.
Yeah, from what I saw,
I mean,
it
yeah.
actually makes a very good impression. I'm not really so far at saying that JavaScript is the only language. It's more like I use HTML5 mostly because of the whole framework, and there's a lot of stuff that's nice about it. Not because JavaScript is the best language. It's good enough for me. It's more like that.
Yeah,
It has some issues, but you
better than nothing.
really get used to those, I think, personally.
Yeah, I'm used to dumb languages, so I won't judge.
I
mean,
work with
you're living
RPG
in-
Maker 2000
You're living
for a
in
long time.
Bavaria. Dennis, you're living in
What?
Bavaria, so you should get used to dumb languages.
That is true. Alright, and here I'm breaking out, I think.
So Felix, did you like that tweet?
Yeah, it's very dumb. That is why humanity is
very
gonna
dumb.
die out eventually. It's like we don't deserve to continue living. It's because evolution didn't go
Especially,
the extra mile, I guess. So
I especially like the answers to it, which are basically like, checkmate liberals or something. Checkmate leftists. Like, oh man, so fucking
Oh
dumb.
no, what did I
oh
do?
wow, actually there's even more images.
Yeah, you didn't see it. It's basically answers from idiots that were like, yeah,
Stop
checkmate.
using science, it only confuses people. Stop being logical, you'll make the liberals' heads explode. Wow. You can't use science against leftist nut jobs. Yeah, that is totally science. This is perfect
It's totally
science.
science.
Just make a statement and suddenly it's true.
Especially a statement that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's this hexagon tweet. This is yeah, because like the ice is obviously stuck below the water entirely, as we all know.
Yeah, and of course, the hexagon shape is taking up more volume in the water, and it's not like the water is like liquid and goes around the shape anyway. So,
I mean, it's true that if you freeze a water bottle, the ice takes up more space. That's why your water bottle tends to explode when you freeze it. But I guess
Well,
You know,
yeah,
I really
mean,
trust sites because you know the experiments to do that is really trivial. You just take a bathtub, you freeze some stuff, and you see like how the water level changes for this bathtub. It's not
Yeah,
that easy
it's
to
true.
confirm that. So I trust that science knows their stuff in that regard.
Yeah.
This is one big loop, but I think it should work. All right.
That as well. You're iterating over X, Y, and before that you're iterating over rooms. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's what you do for map constructions. Not
Yeah,
that.
pretty much.
I mean, you could make a function for it when iterating over each room, but
yeah.
it's not that. Not that critical,
I was just a bit confused because of all the indentations right now. But I think I got it. I think this should work out. So no, I actually have to
Also,
construct a room array properly.
Science and technology.
Yes.
We are now
Science
science
and
and technology. It's good that we talk about climate change. At least this is on topic now.
yeah. Felix, do you actually recognize the track we are playing right now? The music track?
I just noticed that it has been playing for a long time.
Yeah.
It's a good track though.
It's a good track. It's really good for working in the meantime, I guess. And
It is
it's
actually. Yeah. What is it? Let me check.
it's
HerrDekay
for the art I
mixture.
played,
Wow.
and it's actually in the game like that. It's apparently it's like some help screen from the challenge mode of HerrDekay, I mean.
Oh.
And it's really cute. Like Felix, at some point there has to be like a stream drawing with Leia and HerrDekay both being very smug because HerrDekay
Wow.
has a very amazing smug face.
They're both
Yeah.
really smug. Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, I see that. That is an amazing smug face.
Okay, so I can basically throw away this script. I do not need to construct room arrays at all. Because I can actually just instantiate rooms.
Instead of what?
Instead of saving every single tile in every room I can place in the dungeon in a separate array.
Oh.
Like, that's the way you do it in Game Maker.
I'm not sure I fully understood. So what's the difference
So
again?
the thing is, I you know, when generating the dungeon, I need a pool of rooms, right?
Right. Yeah.
So in Game Maker, I just create a bunch of rooms,
Mm-hmm.
and then before actually generating the dungeon, I iterate through every single room and save the tile set and the objects for every layer in an array. So I can later, when I actually, you know, generate the dungeon itself and place the rooms, I just pull the tile and object data from that specific room and place those tiles tile by tile and object by object in the dungeon map. It works, but it's you know, a bit dumb. So
Okay, so you essentially have to copy all the data all the time.
Exactly.
Kind of,
well, not
and
all.
now you
not-
you can't just link the whole data without having to copy everything.
Well, I don't even have to link it because in since in Godot everything you do, every game object, every room is a scene, and every scene can be instantiated in every other scene. I can just create a whole bunch of scenes which are basically my dungeon rooms, and just pull them from the scene folder basically, and just instantiate the rooms themselves as often as I need them to.
Okay, now I'm wondering, like, if you want to do an interface or like some kind of features which are globally accessible, can you also do that through scenes essentially?
Yeah, sure.
So you can instantiate scenes that are always available. So they're essentially also. Can you connect stuff to the game loop in certain ways? Is there some kind of interface?
Yeah, you can either since everything is node based, and if you instantiate the scene, it basically pulls all the nodes from that scene. You can either move them around and connect them to other nodes. You can use the signal system to
signal system.
To-
Like,
Yeah, you like scripts can send signals to other nodes, which you can use to connect separate nodes. You can create global singletons, which are just always there.
oh, that's nice.
And-
Global singletons. I think that was something that was often missing in Unity, as far as I understood. Or have they added this feature
I
now?
actually don't know right now.
I think that's something that Stefan has been complaining about, though. That was some time ago. Like, because singletons are just really useful for games.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, some people
yes.
just say that, like, don't do them, they're bad design patterns, but, you know, for like very limited scope of functionality, because in games you just write something that's only used in that one game, so you can often safely just do singletons, no problem. And it's really useful often to do that.
And if you need more specific functionality, you can always create classes and custom resource types and all that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you really got a lot of options.
Also, like Michael is in the chat and wondering why I have changed now. I look different from before. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
I was at the barber and he put a beard on me. That's what
Put a beard on you.
That's what barbers do. Oh man.
Man, that's a really skilled barber.
Yeah, he's amazing.
So yeah, also like if you want to do like UIs, you basically just create a scene which is your UI and just instantiate it over everything else.
Nice.
It's
yeah,
it's a really good system. All right, let's see. I need to store the room type. What do I actually store? And
maybe an Evotar is coding today. Oh, spoilers.
No. Evotar is coding today, yes. Dennis is Felix's Evotar. Which means that at some point you will confront him and punch him into Zen Garden.
More spoilers, Jesus guys. Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, I mean, you would totally not do that.
No.
Sorry,
instead I will meet Emily's ex-lover or something. I don't know.
Ex-girlfriend, right?
Ex-girlfriend, yeah. By the Felix, have you seen the box art for science and technology category? I've seen that one, yeah. It's...
What does it even look like? Give me a
I
second.
don't know. It looks like a crazy scientist standing behind a laptop.
Yeah, I've seen that, but I mean, isn't that just some very cliche, stereotypical mad scientist doing science stuff?
It is, kinda.
Okay, I just thought that it was like some really smart reference to something, but apparently not.
What is? Oh, that's a different script. I was really confused right now.
It's Henry. Oh shit. Yeah. Well, kinda.
It is Henry.
Yeah. It's not that far off.
I thought it was Dr. Insane or something.
So.
Still wonder if I'm gonna eat those 2 pancakes or if they save them up for tomorrow.
Every day is pancake day.
Okay, I see.
Oh no.
Alright, so this...
I actually made them like American style pancakes. I added a lot of baking powder, how do you say? I think it's baking soda, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Baking soda, I think that's one.
I mean, I actually have the amazing experience. I actually have the amazing experience that pancakes are much better if you use less flour and more eggs, because then they actually become more fluffy.
The funny thing that's exactly what the American pancake mix essentially do. They add less flour and more eggs compared to the German pancakes, at least. Yeah, and they also add baking powder.
Otherwise,
then they rise even more.
They're very dry.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, baking soda is something else. I just checked. Yeah.
I think I have. Yeah, I think this should just work because I can use null now.
Null was not a thing in
No.
GameMaker. Okay.
There's just a keyword that's called no one, which is basically just -4. Don't ask questions, please.
Oh, that one. I remember.
Yeah. You know, when it comes to extra values, you get like so many options in JavaScript, right? You have like null, and you have undefined, then you have not a number, and all these nice values.
Right. Those are different things.
Sometimes get really in your way.
It mostly gets very confusing.
Yeah. I still love the fact that is number of not a number is a number. This is or was it like, no, type of not a number is a number.
Oh man.
Right.
Yeah. And it makes sense in a strange way. It's just that not a number is just not a good name for not a number.
Dungeon grid cell X cell Y. Does this work? I hope so. ID, room type, key, level. And it doesn't throw any errors, so I think that might work. Should.
That's a good sign.
It's a bit weird that I have to construct my own two-dimensional arrays. That's the thing that actually does exist in GML, which I'm amazed by. They actually have true two-dimensional arrays.
Oh, okay. That's actually not very common to have that.
It is.
Yeah,
they have all that stuff that's missing that basically every scripting language should have, but they do have
at least two-dimensional arrays.
Yeah, it's like
Wee.
what?
Yeah, not a number is unequal not a number, but that is pretty much intended because it's just how it is, because you cannot define it. And I think that's actually one of the most reliable ways to test for not a number. It's really ironic because if you use is not a number, it also works on undefined and other values because they are also not a number. Obviously. So if you really want to check if the value is not a number, the best way is to say if value is unequal value. That's the best way to check for not a number. Because that will probably only be true for not a number.
So this should work as well, right? Because chained arrays is actually not a thing in GameMaker, because
you cannot put arrays in arrays.
You can put arrays in arrays, but to actually get the value from the array, you have to first load the array into a temporary variable. And
Are you
then,
kidding?
Yes, no, I'm not.
Oh my god.
It is actually the worst.
Okay. I'm definitely not gonna switch to GameMaker.
By the way, guys, the music track just changed in a very good combination, I think.
Oh no.
This is super
now
foreboding,
things
man.
are getting tense.
Yeah.
Things are getting tense.
I'm using arrays, guys. This is super tense right now.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the overkill remix version of
Yeah, it's really a bit overkill, but what
I'm not a big fan of those remix versions, honestly.
A few tracks are really good, and I actually think this one is good as well. Now that I think about it, but
sorry, I have to put the volume a bit down because the last track was really quiet, and this one was really loud on my ears right now.
Yeah,
please do.
All right. So this should work,
wow.
right? That's how you do chained arrays, I guess.
Yeah, it looks correct.
It's
amazing, right? Welcome to the world of decent programming languages.
Yeah. Welcome to like 1987.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right.
No, be careful. I mean, this quickly throws you arrows, at least in JavaScript, if any of those values doesn't exist, right? But I mean, like if, for instance, zel x doesn't exist, this will probably throw an exception because you're accessing a null or undefined value, and then you try to access the array inside there, and then it's probably going to throw an exception. At least most languages do that.
Oh.
So be careful. But I mean, if you use it in a context where this is not likely to happen, that's of course fine. I mean,
I can just
I don't know if GDScript offers a way to handle these kind of things, like right. So I mean, first you have to check if dungeon CLX actually exists.
yeah.
Because this first access that you do there already might crash.
The thing is, it's the grid itself is null initialized. So every cell X and every cell Y should be null. But yeah, I should check for the last bit. So if
I'm just considering the case that for whatever reason your X and Y values are out of bounds. But again, if you can assume that this never is the case, then there's no need to add it.
Yeah, right. That's actually.
I don't really think it's necessary to add every check in every situation because it's.
Yeah, the value should never go out of range because I'm using the actual dungeon height and width to iterate through, so it should never go above that. So this should be fine, I think. I just have to put the same check right here.
Famous last words. This shouldn't happen.
this should be okay, I guess.
Yeah, but that's just how programming is. I'm not a big fan of being overly careful when you write code because it tends to blow up your code base quite a lot and makes it harder to read. And so just design stuff. The nice thing about games is most of your code is iterated all the time. So if something breaks, it will break really quickly usually.
Because that's why we are programmers, not doctors.
Yes.
I commented the main loop for generating the dungeon path. I'm not really commenting those helper scripts because they are really self-explanatory.
Wow, comments.
Yeah,
those are a thing, I guess.
I'm actually using comments. I'm sorry.
It would be so nice if there were more comments and documentation in CrossCode.
What? Why do you need that? It's all self-explanatory. It's all very intuitive.
Totally. Super intuitive, like.
Yeah. Wait, does this get cell neighbors or does this get room neighbors in the original code? I have different. That's the sentence. No, it's cell neighbors. All right. Yeah, I have two versions of the algorithm because I was playing around and yeah.
So the big question, will I manage to actually import one translation document within the next hour?
Ooh.
Streaming is way too fun, isn't it, Felix?
Streaming makes you so productive, you guys.
Yeah, totally.
I'm super productive right now. Look at all the code I'm writing. I already wrote and just ported.
It's so much fun.
Oui.
Felix, that reminds me. Did you already fix this one big problem with CrossCode?
You mean the game has puzzles?
No, there's a much more important one. It's about that Emily sometimes comments on laser bridges, right?
Yeah.
And you forgot to let her comment at the completely normal tree bridge.
Completely normal tree bridge? Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't
that
comment
definitely
it.
Needs to be
You have to.
But in fact, I probably should do this before I do the language translation in first, because this is another text that needs to be translated. I'm gonna fix this ASAP.
And please send an ad at Michael so he can fix this. He can translate it into German as ASAP.
All right, I will do this once the language file has been translated.
I mean, she could say something. Oh, a completely normal laser bridge. So just considering where it is.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's fitting for the location because it's so normal. Everything around it seems more normal too.
Yep.
Yeah, here I'm actually checking if the X and Y values are going out of bounds or not, because I'm counting the neighboring rooms. So I kind of have to use to check there. If get room type X check so Y is not null. There we go. Yeah, this should work, right?
What a nice and perfectly, what a nice and regular laser bridge.
How perfectly normal.
Yeah.
Felix, I have another reason for you to start Star Ocean right now.
Okay.
They added the first Nell alt, and you can get her for free by just doing a few quests.
I'm not gonna play this game though.
Damn it.
Rip.
I tried. Sorry, Mr. Square Enix. Try as man.
Guess you don't get your full revenue then. Or provision.
Yeah, I don't get my free. I don't get my free free gems that I can use for like one summon. My assignment code on college is literally 60% comments, 5% padding, 35% code. The resulting code is as readable as the terms of service documents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
some comments
sometimes
are usually
adding too much comments can really blow up the code and make it actually less readable sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Often it helps. I mean, usually it does help, but I mean, so far I
Then again,
very rarely had the need to. I was really missing comments in CrossCode. Because the thing is, they don't really help you that much because I very rarely have the situation where looking at a piece in code and wondering, okay, what exactly does it do? What I have more problem with is like, okay, I need to find this particular code that does that thing that I'm trying to fix, and comments don't help with that at all.
yeah.
The thing where I use comments a lot, like this is actually a really good example, like longer algorithms, you know, so I can break down the different steps the code is doing.
Yeah, if it's complicated stuff, that's actually one part where I sometimes also add comments. That part I can, for instance, in our physics code, I actually added a few comments, I think, or navigation code. But, I mean, this is one part where I would actually agree adding more comments might be worth it because it's really hard to understand sometimes what a certain code fragment does. But it's like that you don't have a lot of code that is so complicated usually.
Yeah, that is true.
Like the majority of your code is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, right.
In games at least. I mean, and there's of course stuff like function names. That's like usually all that you need to understand what the stuff does, and that's probably enough to understand what's going on. If you use good function names, that is. Like generate dungeon path and already know what's happening in there.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. I will now just print the dungeon grid, and we'll see what happens, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, I need to randomize too. There we go. So I will just generate a dungeon path. There we go. This should be everything I need. Probably.
Somebody asked again, what language is this? Yeah, GDScript.
It's GDScript, yes.
Which is kind of like Python a bit.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit Pythonish. So, all right. The moment of truth, I guess. We'll see if everything will just explode or not.
The stream ends now.
Oh, I haven't
Yeah.
selected main scene. I'm sorry. Oh. I mean, I guess I should
So you
No.
mentioned you can actually modify the editors of Godot very effectively. So how much work do you think it would be to implement an event system kind of like RPG Maker in Godot?
I don't think that's a question I can really answer yet. Because I haven't worked on extending the UI myself. But from what I've seen in like other guys' work, it seems really easy to extend UI in GDScript. I don't know how it would work if you do actual C++ extensions of the UI.
But you could actually do that. Just write your own C++ extensions to make very customized interface elements.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I mean, I know this Impact had just some very basic editor. I mean, it's hard to compare that, but essentially what most IDEs trying to limit themselves to is just that you have very easy key value pairs. So you have like a key and you set the value, and then for the value you have stuff like you can set a string, or you can set a number, or you can set something for a type. But where it sometimes stops is where you have more complicated types, where it's actually not just one type, but a list of types. And sometimes you want to display this list kind of like code that you can iterate through. I mean, essentially what we did is we implemented this step system, which is like RPG Maker events, where you have branches and all kind of stuff, essentially. So it's not just the link, but also not just the list, but the list with branching segments and all that kind of stuff. And I could imagine that if you wanted to do something like that, you probably had to write your own C++ module.
Yeah, probably.
But I mean, if that's possible, that's actually still pretty good if they give you that option.
No, why did I? That was the wrong scene. I'm stupid.
Wow.
Godot
is the third fastest growing project on GitHub.
Yes, it
Damn.
is. This is really amazing.
That is impressive.
Interesting.
There we go. File scenes. This one, please. All right.
Has there been any cases about porting Godot projects to consoles?
Yes, actually. The PS4 port for the Ponya from
the Ponya was made in Godot.
Yeah. Not the base game, not a PC game. This was made. That was made in. It's a point and click engine. I forgot the name, but the company that did the console ports actually used Godot.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just a little bit pondering how much sense it makes to continue working in HTML5. A little bit. So instead of just saying we will definitely do HTML5 again, I probably might actually have a look at other engines at least sometime before I make the final decision. Also kind of like depends on how well the porting to console actually works for CrossCode. If it turns out to be too stressful and too troublesome, that would be a good argument to maybe actually switch technology, even though I don't really like to do that because overall our experience with HTML5 had been really great, but there are too many like technical issues on the end user side which make it kind of troublesome. Stuff like gamepad support, web audio being such a mess sometimes, like all these memory leaks that probably are not our fault. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's just really hard to identify those issues.
Okay, generated something. It generated a lot of
nulls.
A lot of nulls.
That's a lot of nulls. Yeah.
At least it didn't crash, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it crashed once because I had a typo in there, but you know.
All right then, time to check. So what's supposed to be in there? Numbers?
Arrays.
Instead of okay.
Yeah, at least in some of them. So the thing is, I would do a breakpoint on set room, I guess. and see if this function actually gets called or not.
Oh, you can debug your code too?
Yeah.
I just want to see how that works.
I never did it, but we'll see.
Shouldn't you set the breakpoint inside the function? Just wondering.
No, it actually works.
Okay. In JavaScript, I think it would break when the function gets declared rather when it gets called.
Does it? I don't know. We'll see. Let me check.
But JavaScript is a bit weird in that sense that you can just declare functions everywhere.
Oh no, you're right.
Okay.
It doesn't actually call the function at all. All right. That's a thing. Do you?
Okay,
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
I successfully added the Emily comment.
Yes.
So I'm gonna commit this now. Now I can actually finally edit very important laser bridge comment.
Do you actually get through here? No. So the loop breaks before it even really starts. All right.
Oops.
Boom, 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 boom. But where does it break? We'll just find out, I guess.
Felix, I'm just
Okay,
reading
this one
the
looks cool.
small description under the Gamma Sutra interview. And I like that it says it's an RPG Maker inspired game.
Oh, fuck!
It's
No.
a bit. No, seriously, Kira.
Oh, I see what the problem is. The getSell neighbors function always returns 0. All right.
Oh, okay.
So that shouldn't happen.
Maybe you forgot the
Yeah,
return.
No,
No,
One
no.
mistake,
Actually, it should happen. It should happen. Wait. Do I ever set the starting room? I don't think I do. Whoops.
Oh snap!
I think that's the. Yeah, I never set the starting room. Oh, well, that's
that
an
makes sense
issue.
then.
Set
Right.
starting room. Whoopsie daisy.
RPG Maker
RPG Maker.
inspired game, yeah. I mean, I never would write that in as marketing terms. Like, I would really avoid that sentence, any description.
RPG Maker inspired. Wow. I mean, whatever. It's not completely wrong because it is definitely inspired by RPG Maker in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we come from.
Yeah, we come from the community. Inspired by the battle system of Dreamland.
Dreamland?
Yeah,
How did they
totally.
came up with that? Kirby's Dreamland
Rowan
or what?
said that. No, Rowan said that. It was
Okay.
a joke compared for the RPG Maker Dreamland.
Oh, that! Oh no!
Yeah, that
Oh
Dreamland.
no!
I mean, for players like Decay, it basically plays like Dreamland.
That's true. Just close combat. There's no throwing.
Just close combat for everything.
Just go to enemy and mash button. Same thing.
Yes.
Invalid operands int and float and operator modulo. That means there's something wrong with the variable type. But shouldn't... Oh, floor... Does floor return a float?
A float.
Probably, if you apply it on a float, it might still return a float.
Yeah, it makes
Oh,
sense.
that is true. How do I cast a float to int in GDScript?
That's a thing I don't have to deal with in JavaScript because everything is a freaking number.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is...
What
Okay,
float in its
mm.
number?
Yeah,
It's
normally...
just number.
The thing is,
Confuses me.
GDScript normally doesn't care about typing if I don't care about typing.
Mm.
So this is really weird, but I just tried to cast the float. Cast. Maybe we can find Randy's brother Flory. Maybe we can. Is there Flory? No, there's no Flory.
Glory. Oh man. Maybe we
Glory,
can
oh
find
no.
ways-
Wow, does it exist now?
Oh
right?
yeah, it does return a float. Oh, well, that's dumb.
I know, well,
Also,
I think
Felix,
it
I'm
kind of makes
offended.
sense because sometimes, well, I don't know.
Well, it does round to an integer, so I don't really see why it's returning a float. But all right. I just look up how I cast a float to an int.
I haven't really worked with type languages for so long, so I don't really know which behavior is more standard.
Oh,
But I wouldn't be surprised if this is normal behavior.
sorry,
for
my
other
my
languages too.
my doorbell rang just now. I think that's my neighbor. I'll be right
Alright.
back.
Good.
Oh no, he wants to beat you up. Speaking of beating up people, our composer in Tarok apparently claimed to have suggested the game's stupidest ideas. I'm very offended by that. I mean, I have suggested much stupid ideas, I'm sure.
Well, he suggested some of the very stupid ideas. That's at least true.
I mean, I haven't listened to the interview yet, but I wonder which ones
Like-
he means.
I think the whale was his suggestion.
Oh, it might be true. I mean,
I
is
think
it a
that was
stupid
actually
idea?
the case. You
That's
know,
an
it's
amazing
pretty
idea.
up there in the list of stupid ideas to have a whale up there.
I mean, of course it's up there because it's a tree.
The thing is, when you Google whale in tree, you actually find surprising a lot of results for that. It's Wait, did DK has pants on? That is surprising.
July.
Damn it! I have these pancakes next to me and I just can't eat them.
I really like when I search
Where's
for
this
whale
interview?
crosscode.
Probably can post the interview, right?
I have posted in the Discord.
I posted in Twitch chat because Revin is asking.
Okay. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, just post it. I mean, it's public. I just saw it on Twitter. When I search for
Hi.
a whale crosscode in Google,
Hi.
Sorry.
What happened?
Hi.
Oh, it was just a neighbor picking up his parcel.
All right.
Oh, that parcel.
Okay, so there's
Actually,
this...
did I ever tell you I once had this funny encounter where a neighbor actually also picked up a parcel at my flat? And then he left a comment, by the way, very cool Indiegogo project you had there. that was really surprising.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I
guys.
noticed that. Yeah.
Guys, what is this?
What is what?
Give me a second. I need to post it in. I need to make a screenshot real quick.
Oh, I don't need to use convert. I was just saying, oh, there's a convert object I can use, but I can just use like this. Does this work? No. This is this is how you do it in C#, right? Like this?
Felix,
No, like
do you
this.
seriously use this as the thumbnail? Give me a second.
What as a thumbnail?
Oh, there we go.
Give me a second.
So I have to cast this to an integer as well then, because as I saw right now, clamp
Like,
also. Alright.
I just googled here. I just posted in the Twitch chat how to cast two types. I mean, you can't just okay, exactly what you're doing there.
Yeah. You're too slow.
Damn it.
Oh.
I didn't
Alright.
choose this thumbnail explicitly. That was
Okay.
Twitch, which just did it automatically.
This is a very good thumbnail.
Yay!
Good job, Twitch.
Yeah,
Works.
it's just that's how Hennes there is just covering my face by 50%, and that is just pointing at the screen. This is perfect. I would not change that.
What is the... Dennis, did you see it in the Twitch chat? No, not Twitch chat, Discord chat, I mean.
I'm just gonna post it in the Twitch chat.
Oh no, Felix.
Kinda works.
So-
It kind of sorta works. It just... Alright.
I guess this link should work.
Oh, int casts are actually flooring. Well, then I will just remove that, right?
What do the viewers say? 666 viewers. Wii U port? Question mark. When is the release date of the Switch version? What are the plans for the stream? Will fishing be added? Get those balls out of this. Get those balls out. It's happening. The stream is cursed. CrossCode 2 when? 666. Hello everyone. What the fuck?
Oh, you mean like what's written in the thumbnail?
It's the thumbnail chat, yeah.
Wow, we can read this? Well, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I can read this. Wait a second, I'm just gonna give you the image. Because the screenshot is a bit stupid, to be honest. Yeah. Where is it?
So, what?
Stream is cursed.
What is that thing doing?
Yeah, I posted it.
Is it because of...
666.
No, I don't think. Current cell X.
Viewport, seriously.
Width and height.
That's a very good summary of how the stream was operating, actually.
I think I blame Randy. God damn it, Randy.
God damn it, Randy.
Always blame Randy.
You're worse than Bärchen.
Randy's the worst.
What is the issue now?
No, the issue is that he only fills the first x value for the map array, and I don't know why right now.
So what does Randy return actually?
Randy just returns a random 32-bit integer. So this should be all right. I'm just blaming Randy because I like the name.
Uh-huh. Randy, such a nice name.
Pretty good. Freaking Randy, man. So maybe... What happens if it just... Oh no! Oh, I think it just barked. It actually works. I think I just had really bad luck with the dungeon layout right now.
I found a problem with Godot Randy function. When I write variable num Randy modulo 20 plus 10, it's supposed to return integer values between 20 and 10, but instead it returns value between 30. That is because that's what you wrote.
Yeah, right.
I just found this random function. Like, oh man. Yeah, no.
All right. So no, it works. It actually works.
Nice. So what was the issue again?
It was just bad luck.
Bad luck.
Because yeah,
it just randomly made zeros.
It was literally just bad luck right now.
Damn.
Oh man. I like procedural generation. I actually do though.
There's still a lot of nulls in that area. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Nulls are just empty cells basically.
Okay.
So that's fine. All right. This
Cool.
worked better than expected, to be honest. All right.
Empty cells. So you're generating cells, and it works. So it's almost like cells at work. Okay. Yeah, that was stupid. Sorry.
I mean, we already established that that Dennis is like a villain in cells at work as an influencer. So.
Randy shouldn't actually return a negative number. It should always be positive. Oh
Yeah,
man, there was like a shortcut to I know you can in the code editor, in Godot's code editor, you can like mark a function and press a key to go to its definition, but I don't know what key that was.
And it turned into a bot snatcher and took control of Felix. Why? Because I'm making puns. Kenneth makes better puns than I do, so
Yes.
you still notice the difference.
By the way, something very serious, Felix.
Yeah.
I think the streams after the release stream haven't been uploaded to YouTube yet.
For some of them, yeah.
I mean, all of them, and the release stream is the last one that we...
Oh,
right, 2 streams still have to
there we go.
upload.
It's just
Oh no, Felix.
control click.
What
Yeah,
is
see,
control?
it's with if you go to the script and hold control and click on a function,
You get the description.
you get the definition of the function.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, Randy basically returns a value between 0 and 2 by 32 minus 1. So it shouldn't be negative, right? Shouldn't be. No, shouldn't be. It should always be positive. So it was really just really bad luck.
I just imagine you have
Yes.
a game where you have like the ultimate Randy, which is like the character from Secret of Mana, but he's actually doing Randy damage.
Oh, no.
So he just hits and the damage is from 0 to maximum in randomly.
Oh man!
Oh, damn it.
Yes.
The true
I
Randy.
mean, of
True
course.
Randy.
It's like that's like almost a stupid idea entry for CrossCode. Even though we would get into licensing trouble, I suppose. So probably don't.
Yeah.
So I guess I should create some room scenes just to see if I can instantiate them properly.
Hmm.
So I guess I will just do that. Room, normal, new scene.
Felix, I
note.
think you also still need to upload the recent artwork to Steam.
You mean yesterday's artwork? Yeah.
And the one before that. I mean, there was another artwork.
Yeah,
that
I
you
always
didn't-
upload star artworks and streams together, so still have to do
Okay,
that.
yeah, okay, makes sense. I
But
mean,
I
it's not super
will
important.
do
it
this.
just really
I will do this tomorrow, not today.
Okay, so tire sets. That's the one thing that's still a bit, as far as I know, still a bit weird in Godot. It's more complicated than it should be, but
What exactly?
the tie set system, it's it's still pretty basic, but in 3.1 it will get a complete overhaul. So
Ooh.
and that version will come out pretty soonish. So that's fine, I guess. I just have to remember right now how you actually create tile sets. I think I should actually load the tile set
Crystal
sprite.
Chronicles.
Mhm.
Blizzard soon or Valve soon? Like, neither of them actually. Like 3.1 is already an alpha, so here you go. Where are my assets? Where's Project Shizuka? Wait. Where did I put... There it is. Got it. So it's Star Citizen. That is true.
Wow.
Oh no.
Well, you got me.
By the way,
guess.
I just speaking of Star Citizen, today I read that they just made another $1 million in 4 days after the last convention that they did. Apparently.
Oh wow! It's I don't.
I mean, that game really isn't slowing down, does it? Isn't it?
So how?
As long as people are throwing money at it,
Yeah.
it's gotta run.
I mean, they have a very dedicated fan base, to say the least.
Also, very rich fan base.
A very rich fan base. Yeah, I mean, that's always the thing. Not always, but for some franchises, you have those people that loved the old games that it's based on back in the day.
Mm.
And those peoples might have been like nerds, and those nerds have become really successful and well-earning
Wealthy.
adults. Yeah, wealthy adults, because they've gone into computer science or something. And now they are rich because they are in Silicon Valley or something.
Exactly. That's the case for all of them, probably.
I mean, for many at
like,
least.
Like 80% Silicon Valley, probably. Okay. All right. I actually managed to import the Japanese language document. Finally. Now I'm actually gonna update the language document.
So,
some people are still waiting for us to actually start community translations for CrossCode. One big issue right now is that I actually see from working with our publishers for Japan, China, and Korea, and also for the German translation, I actually notice it's actually quite a lot of work to do the import over and over again. It's like, it's not complicated, it's just a lot of work and you have to be careful about it. And I think the most practical solution to make this more feasible, if more people are working on it, is to let them do most part of the work. So that means essentially what we have to do is write a description, how you update your language document, and then just hope that people will be able to do it themselves.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, definitely what you said.
Yeah. So what happened?
Because I looked through the CrossCode tag on Twitter, and apparently I implemented, not implemented, I put in a reference by accident.
For what?
Give me a second. I need to Google something real quick. Yeah, I did. Holy shit. Well, not really. I mean, I did put the reference in there, but it was more of a reference than I actually thought it was. Or maybe I actually...
Is it about some League of Legends stuff? I think I saw something.
No. It's about Trails in the Sky, actually. There is there's this Bracer equipment line, right?
No, I never played Trails in the Sky. Or you mean in CrossCode?
CrossCode.
Bracer might be. I never played CrossCode, Hannah. So.
Yeah, I know. You only played your stupid dungeons.
Yeah.
Yeah, those bracers, and a bracer was also like it was basically the term for those mercenary adventurers in Trails in the Sky. Because they also wore bracers or something. I mean, that alone wasn't a reference. And then I also put in the description of one of them, polished arm protection that was originally used by young heroes of Legend, because Trails in the Sky is part of the Legend of Heroes series.
Mm-hmm. And you really did this without noticing it, or what?
No, that I knew, but the weapon is also called Bright Bracer. And Bright was the family name of the main character from Trails in the Sky.
Oh, okay.
And I think I didn't notice that part of the reference with the Bright, but I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Okay.
In any case, someone noticed the reference.
That's good. Actually, I saw a tweet of somebody actually founding out the little humans are just humans dialogue reference, actually posting the YouTube video and everything from, what was the name again? Of the anime?
Gaze Swing?
Gaze Swing, right.
Where did it happen in a stream?
Somewhere on Twitter posted it, like he made a screenshot from the dialogue and even posted the video from the dialogue.
Nice.
In there, so somebody noticed. I mean, it's such a stupid dialogue, really.
Yeah, but it's great.
It doesn't,
especially
it doesn't
since
go
it
out of
also
your head
fits.
once you know what to start.
Yeah.
I must somehow make sense of our convoluted situation.
Yeah, we even did convoluted situation.
Yeah, I mean, convoluted situation appears like 3 or 4 times in the game.
Okay. Does it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that I also used it.
Okay.
Twice, in a way.
At least 2 times then.
And at some time, I mean, I'm pretty sure that no one saw that one or recognized that one.
Okay.
I also made I also
I
made a
just
very
update the Korean Japanese the Korean Japanese. No, the
Yay.
Japanese translation has been updated. Next comes the Korean
Yay.
translation.
yeah. Oh, I think. Oh, that's the colored version of the artwork. I've only seen the
The card art.
I've only seen the in the chat by Kovac. I've only seen the
Ooh, there's a colored
the
version.
black.
Oh, I entirely missed.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I've
that
only
was tweeted today. Okay, I'm gonna read this.
Yeah, that was tweeted today. I've only seen the uncolored version before, like the pencil version. Okay, just gonna put it into media. If it's happened already. Okay. Okay, quickly put in the moderate emotes. Okay.
Always.
Anyway, I actually put in a reference to the room, a very subtle one, in one of the quest dialogues. But it's only like something along the lines of, we got the results of the test back, and it's definitely something. And I don't think anyone will actually recognize it.
Okay.
I mean, in the room it was breast cancer, and in CrossCode it was like, oh no, the water is poisoned, or something.
So you made a reference to that.
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay.
That's why I said it's very subtle, because he basically just said, yeah, we got the results of the test back, and it's definitely something.
Okay.
In the room it's just, and they definitely have breast cancer.
It doesn't work without the right voice acting. I think.
I know.
You have to have
but
this perfectly different voice acting. That's really part of it, I think.
Yeah, I just got the results of the test back, and I definitely have breast cancer.
Yeah.
Something along that line. And then the other person has to say, "Oh, don't worry about it."
Oh God.
Did this actually happen in the
That
room?
happens in the room. Wait a second, I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to search.
Don't
the
worry
scene.
about it. Oh,
Yeah. The room. Breast cancer. Let's see if I can actually find the scene.
It's like the way I still remember how the woman actually says this. Like it's definitely breast. It kind of like says it in the way like she wants to convince the other that's definitely what happened. So that is the truth. Like it's like what I don't know. It's like somebody
So
telling
by
you that. So this was definitely cheated. Something I don't know. It's not like I don't know.
just a little heads up. This is actually the way you create tile sets at the moment in Godot.
Oh, I want to watch. Wait.
It's you basically create a whole lot of tile objects and define their texture regions right now.
Okay, it's good that they improve that.
They will, yeah, it will be improved a lot. The
So
thing
is that how you create tile maps essentially?
yeah, right, exactly.
Okay.
The thing is, you can actually also just use tiled. There's an working export, but I've never used that thing, so I don't know.
Vermin actually did notice this reference, I know. He did.
Okay, he did. Yeah, it's funny, really. with Cloud Rains. Yeah, it's also a great name. I mean, this guy is like he's like based on a meme person, like character design. He's called Cloud Rains. He has a stupid room.
Somebody actually saw that too. I think Rosha saw that, in fact.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, that was like, I mean, it's pretty obvious if you know the meme.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I think this should be the right one.
Yeah.
Can you make the music board louder in a bit?
Sure.
It should play in like a few, in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, this actually can take some time.
Don't know what you mean. What?
Oh boy. Yeah, that is, I mean,
Yay.
it's good that they support tiles, I suppose. I mean, yeah, that's...
Is it already playing?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I played it again.
Yeah.
I'll be all right. Me, and I'm dying.
You're not dying, Mom.
I got the results of the test back. I definitely have breast cancer.
Look, don't worry about it. Everything will be fine.
Okay,
Everything will be
I'm
fine.
sure I'll be all
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah.
All right. Oh man, the room. This is,
The room.
This thing.
Oh, highly, yeah.
So now I have to define all the regions.
Nice. I think I have to rewatch that episode from the Let's Play and see if you actually do reference the joke, Vervin.
There we go. It's a shame we won't really see the animation editor today, because that thing is absolutely amazing.
Oh.
So there's basically an animation system, and it's a timeline system.
Mm.
And so you know you can do the normal stuff. You can basically add an animation node to pretty much everything. And animate sprite regions for sprite animations or rotation or scale or whatever. And first of all, you can do all the tweening stuff and proper keyframe animation for basically everything in there, which is pretty amazing by itself. But you can also animate node properties, which is really freaking handy.
Animate node properties?
Yeah, so you can basically animate every variable of your nodes. So if you need to tween something for, I don't know if you have some kind of what would be a good use case? I think
colors maybe for something to make something fade in color.
Yeah, something like that, or objects deactivate objects after a certain point in the animation. You can basically animate the deactivation flag.
Okay, that sounds pretty neat.
And it's so good, man, and it will get better in 3.1 as well.
Oh.
It's definitely one of the best features, I think. Also for like sprite animations, it's amazing that you can just adjust the timing of the frames if you want to. You don't have to play them at the same speed all the time.
Oh.
And adjust them one by one.
That is actually, well, we do have this limitation, CrossCode, but so far it was one thing that never was a big deal for me overall. But honestly, the animation system of CrossCode is one of these things which could have been better. It was always like very, it was that we never had a proper animation editor except for our large-scale boss fights, and even that editor wasn't that great. But I mean, I do have a lot of ideas for animations for the next project that I really want to work on.
Dead Lunas is for rewrite now. As I said, it would be so much work.
To what?
For my own game. Porting the game to Godot. I don't think it would be... I would love to, but I don't think it's really worth it, to be honest. It's just so much stuff.
Yeah, the later you do that, the more work you have with it. So
yeah, I don't know.
that's why that's currently why I'm really considering maybe looking at other options. The thing is, well, I like when I see this map editor, because what I would like to do for the next project is in fact have like a very unique kind of map editor, which is not really tile based, but much more height map based, but still using tiles to kind of like to paint the height map. But it's, you know, it's kind of like a mix of having something 3D and 2D. And I don't know, like the question is, if I want to do that, could I just do that easily with Godot?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Or would I have to essentially start creating my own editor in Godot? I mean, if Godot provides the options to do that, it might still be feasible. But I mean, there's a lot of editors I want to work on first before starting with the next project. I mean, one of them is an improved map editor. Another one is like this new animation editor. And like, I want to experiment with different kinds on how to render stuff. I want to experiment with how do you say this post-processing rendering? It was like a name for that. I forgot it. But that's something I also definitely want to give it a try. I want to implement a proper system where when you're hiding behind certain walls, that they automatically fade away. You know, stuff like you have it in CrossCode, but work in a more automated way, so you don't have to manually script this all the time.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. It's good that we do this in CrossCode, but it's always a lot of work to do this manually. And if they would have an automated system that does this for you for most of the time, that would really be a huge time saver. And it's also necessary for the kind of perspective we will probably do for the next project, because overlapping might be more likely there. So it's important to do this decently. And now these are all these kind of stuff that you don't have this in any engine right now, I'm perfectly sure. So I would have to
you're pretty much
at least modify, extend the editors. So I would only choose an engine where I can do this effectively. And the thing is, like, working editors in HTML5 is just so freaking awesome. It just works so well because HTML5 is just a great engine for creating interfaces. Because it's so freaking versatile and so easy to work with, so easy to debug. If it actually runs fast, I mean, there's a few downsides, like it runs freaking slow in Chrome at the moment. It used to run fine a few months ago, but recently Chrome decided to just don't care anymore about DOM modifications. So whenever you modify your DOM sufficiently, it just gets so freaking slow to an extent where even TweetDeck is really getting slow in Chrome.
That is
you
true.
Notice that?
Yeah.
It's all Chrome. If you do it in Firefox, you don't have this issue.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, man.
I can guarantee you. This is ridiculous. And in TweetDeck, it takes some time. But if you use our editor, since we're doing a lot of DOM modifications, whenever you open a menu, you just have to open it for half a minute, and it's slow as fuck.
Oh, wow.
Then you have to restart the browser tab, and it's fast again. It's ridiculous. And then we started in Firefox. It runs smooth, no problem whatsoever. But Firefox does have other issues. For instance, that for some reason it has a weird issue with the Alt key. So there is no mouse up event for the Alt key because it activates the menu bar, and that kind of like messes up the focus. So there's no key up event. So, and like somebody reported that, and their solution is just use the Alt key modifier of the event and does the same thing. And like that is really annoying. And another thing about Firefox is that it's when you press shift right click, it always opens the context menu. There's no way to disable that. If you want to have like a decent editor that really makes use of every option that you can have in control, like this is a no-go. And that they also don't want to fix this, because for Firefox it's important you always have access to the context menu. So that is what sucks about Firefox. But still, I mean, the current approach would be if we write another editor, we will make sure it works on Firefox and Chromium. Because currently Chromium is slow as shit. So we want to have the option to at least switch to Firefox for the editor. Yeah, so that's the kind of issues you have to deal with HTML5. So yeah.
Oh,
yeah, tough
cheers.
choices right now.
I guess I will save the scene as
Oh,
well.
and also, if you actually dare to open our editor with Edge, you know, this new browser of Microsoft,
Yes.
guess what happens?
It doesn't work?
You break Windows. Literally. Like,
I didn't test
this,
it.
this don't. Because
Oh,
the thing
man.
is, when I did this, it didn't load. Then I reload the page, and maybe a second time it worked.
Mhm.
Still didn't work. Maybe I think I tried it a third time. And then, Edge just stuck. It didn't load.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
It didn't react. And you know what's fun about Edge? It's connected to Explorer. And it's connected to everything.
Oh, yes.
When your Edge browser is stuck, your
Oh.
Explorer is stuck. Your taskbar is stuck. Like the start button is stuck.
Oh,
Windows
no.
is effectively stuck. I could not open the task manager. I couldn't interrupt anything. I couldn't close down Edge. I could still open other applications like Discord. Still worked fine. But I couldn't end the Edge task. So the only option I saw right now was just a hard reset. That's the only thing I could get rid of Edge and make
Felix.
like a large part of Windows 10 features available again.
Oh, the Edge.
Oh, the Edge. Yeah. Jesus freaking Christ. Like, there was this one point where I thought, maybe Microsoft actually did a good job for once, and it actually is much better now. That's what I get for actually believing in them for a second.
Don't believe in Microsoft, Felix.
Yeah, oh my gosh. This was ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah,
It's actually sorting the tides really badly. Ah.
Oh no.
Oh, I have to rename pretty much all of them. Oh, no. Oh, well. Man. Good thing Godot 3.1 will come out soon, right?
Please hurry.
Oh, this is a pain.
Microsoft is living on the edge.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Oops.
Okay. I will now continue doing the Korean language import. Damn it. I'm talking way too much.
Oh, Felix, what are we paying you for?
What?
Okay.
Wow, this is the best kind of work. This is my favorite.
What is it? Renaming tiles?
Yeah, like just adding zeros.
Oh, man.
No!
Oh,
Okay.
Oh wow.
I like the image that was just posted. Alright, Edge, let's see who you really are. Internet Explorer? Oh, Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah.
Felix, I actually have a question to you. I'm not sure if I've ever asked it, but we have a few references in CrossCode, right?
A few. Like
I mean, you might not have noticed, but there are a few, especially in item names and stuff like that.
yeah, like
just
I might have seen one
a
or
few.
two. Here and
Like
there.
the
it
Maverick
happens.
Edge and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wonder when the stuff gets translated into Japanese. Do you think they try to uphold like the references, or do they just do a hard translate, like translating Edge into the Japanese word for Edge or
I have
something?
to ask them really, but I think they really tried hard to make a good translation. So they might even have done that. But you know, the thing with
mean,
references, very often, they might have missed the original meaning, and they probably
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
want to ask me about each and every item name. So That's why.
Felix, if they know the Japanese market, they must know about Edge Maverick.
Well, maybe. I mean, I know the guys from Dangan do play a lot of games, so they probably there's a good chance they know it.
Yeah.
Alright, this is a weird bug.
What is it?
When I'm at
Cannot scroll beyond 71.
I cannot use my arrow key anymore.
They don't want to get too much beyond 69, I suppose.
This is weird. Maybe I should file an issue for that.
Is it because you didn't add the 0 to 72?
No, maybe? Wait.
Edit 0 to 72 and see
Wait,
if
why
works.
does it work now? I'm doing the same thing as before.
Oh, those are the best bugs. If you report that, I'm sure they're gonna love that.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so you added the 0 to 72 and now it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it may be related to numbers or something. I
yeah,
don't know.
but I did the same thing before. and
Also,
it's
73, like some of them have an arrow next to them and some
yeah,
don't.
that's actually right. Some of them have collision and some don't.
Oh, but that's not the reason I could see
So,
that, yeah.
Yeah, the arrows are basically just the nodes.
Yeah, maybe.
This is so
seems-
weird.
Seems pretty reproducible though, so...
Yeah, I guess I will actually file an issue for that later. This is so weird.
Go home, go, you're drunk. You mean Godot.
Go, go, go.
Oh... I'm sitting here with pancakes in front of me and I can't eat them.
Oh no.
Felix, no.
Why?
I know.
Eat all of
Pancakes... Pancakes are very rich.
eat all of them, Felix.
You are very rich.
No.
Not? Damn.
And 99. All right.
Yeah.
that was a thing. Okie doke. So now it kind of works. Yeah, sorta, kinda.
Now it's Rhine time.
Just want to use it again.
Talking about rain time, there's still not too much rain in Germany. Even now that there's autumn, at least I read a warning about things being very dry here in Saarland at least. No, don't make your stupid joke, Hannah. Stop.
Can't have a rainbow without Rhine, baby.
Oh, you mean the whole desert thing? Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it's Saarland.
That was like too easy.
Indeed. Indeed it was.
I think I made another mistake. And this one's even worse. Wait, if I have to add 3 tiles. So if I want to have them show up in front, I would have to name them
Peter and
01, 02, and 03, right?
Oh no, 02. Not 02. You don't want to make it a bad anime.
Would that work? I could add an underscore too. Just to be sure. Alright, there we go. Easy. Oh, please.
So, Hannah, have you started Dragalia Lost then? No. I don't play bad gacha games.
Ooh, hot take.
No, I haven't. I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with the gacha games I'm already playing. But maybe Felix wants to start it and tell me how it is.
No, I'm busy with some.
And The Witcher.
I think it got really
I actually wanted to
confused.
play Witcher a little bit again today, but I didn't get around to do that yet.
Darling in the Franxx was not okay. What's wrong with your tastes, Zolf?
Well, Zelf also did like ReZero as far as I remember, so
And he
There goes that.
likes Ninja Slayer, so
Yeah. Ah, no.
All right, now it's adding all kinds of stuff. That's not right. That's not right. All right, let's just remove the tile set. All right, just delete it.
And put it somewhere else. No, wait.
Just
Put it somewhere else.
just create a new one, right?
Never forget.
All right, there we go. Convert.
No,
tile set.
we are not watching Thunderbolt Fantasy Season 2. I mean, we watched like the first 2 episodes or 3 episodes of Thunderbolt Fantasy 1. And I see why some people say it's special, but I think it's really, really gimmicky and annoying. I just thought it was, I don't know. Felix, do you remember Thunderbolt Fantasy?
I also didn't
Yeah.
watch it much, but I mean,
I mean, we watched like
Maybe-
2 or 3 episodes together,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's Wuxia but with puppets. And it really got annoying after a while, or really silly. I couldn't really
I mean,
take
I
it.
really didn't watch it that long, so I think it's pretty hard to judge.
Yeah.
But didn't really
Yeah, I
grab me
mean,
that
still,
much.
I mean, if you watch like 2 or 3 episodes, that's usually should grab you. And that
Yeah.
Why didn't
So-
put those tiles at the end now?
I managed to update the Korean translation. Woohoo! Only
Yay.
2 languages to go. I'm so fast.
yeah,
today.
right, exactly.
Usually I'm done with that in like less than half an hour.
Damn it, Felix! Stop being distracted by your Tsum Tsum games.
What? No. I'm not playing Tsum
Guys.
Tsum. Not now, at least.
If you want to watch a Slayer, just watch Goblin Slayer, okay?
Got this there.
Did you watch? Gigak actually made a video about it today. I
Okay.
haven't really. I only watched like half of it so far, but it's really funny. Zombieland Saga. I've actually heard some good things about it, but I haven't really watched much this season except for Goblin Slayer, and what was the other one that I watched? I think I watched 2 episodes of the Slime Isekai thing, but I mean, I read the manga and I don't think that I will continue the anime. I mean, the manga was decent, but the anime just makes the pacing much worse, and the pacing was already super slow.
Ha! I fooled the system.
How is...
How's Godot?
Yay.
Gond?
Fuck the police.
I mean, good, probably.
Good, yeah.
Is Godot Godot?
It's Godot is pretty good at. Yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty, this actually works. So I actually have to open up GameMaker now and see how the rooms are structured, so I can just copy them. Man. Whoop.
I'm still pondering if I should try to get into Regalia again and try
Yes.
to finish it.
I am basically waiting for Godot. That is correct.
Mm. I mean, it's a good thing they're working on a better tile editor because
That's true.
I wouldn't like to work with that considering how many tiles we often have in CrossCode. So
Where's the project? There we go.
it's like I never fully understood why you would create such complicated structures around tiles. Because I mean, why do you have to individually define tiles? It's like you have your graphics, you just use them, and then there your tiles are ready. Just go through the image, and there's your tiles. They're numbered, done. I mean, of course, if you change your image, your tiles are messed up, but that is a kind of like a limitation I'm ready to take to just import tile sets quickly.
Mm.
Because you see, in the end, it's actually very manageable to have tiles static like that. I mean, we just made the game with that limitation. It's okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Basic counting.
Mm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5. This are the room boundaries. Boop. There we go.
Honestly, now that I think about it, the way I would handle is just to say, when you import a tile sheet like this, you just define tiles by order, and then you just make a tool where you say, okay, I actually have to move some of these tiles. You just make a tool that iterates over all your maps and just adapt the indices that are attached, because it's actually not a lot of work to do that. And then you don't have to worry about defining each and every one of your tiles, and you can still adapt things if absolutely necessary. It's actually, I think that would be a nicer approach. I mean, okay, alternative, you just make a tool that does this tile definition for you. But that's actually a whole lot of data if you think about it, because there's a lot of tiles per tile set, and if each and every one of them has kind of like an object and number tags, that's
a
lot of data. So it's kind of really redundant, I think. But anyway. I see you have a first map created now.
Yes, we have an actual map.
Woo!
Hooray! All right. So, Google, how do instantiate? How? No, I think I know how. Let's see. First, I have to define. I will basically just create a fake room pool where every room is just this one, I guess, for now. Let's see. So this is...
Okay, I give up. I put these pancakes in the fridge.
No!
Okay.
How could you do this?
I will like them tomorrow for breakfast or something, I don't know.
No, Zolf, I won't start Regalia Lost. Stop it. I have high standards for gacha games.
Sure you do.
Dennis, you've seen Star Ocean. You've seen its quality. Jeez.
Yeah, I have seen. I have seen things. That is true.
I have seen many things.
Okay, I'm back.
Many things. All right. So.
Wait, what happened? When I swear, when I started importing the language files, the corrected file counter was still at around 70, and now it's 101. Or maybe it was 79. That also might be.
So, this is a really complicated script in Game Maker. Now I have to see what I can actually, or what I actually have to throw away. Alright, I will have to add a function first. Oh, no, don't do that. There we go. Func, place rooms. There we go. Pass. I do not need all those weird layers. I do not need any of the variables I need here. I don't need... Oh man, I don't need a lot of stuff. I can just iterate through my map array and just instantiate rooms everywhere. And that's it. Pretty much.
Nice.
I think. Yeah, I think, yeah. Huh. Well. Alright then. For y in range. Yeah, that's how you spell range. Range.
What?
I just wanted to invoke Randy
Yes,
again.
you
I'm
did.
sorry.
Randy, no.
Randy!
It makes it's addicting. Randy.
Oh man, Randy.
Damn, I just
Maybe it's-
noticed. Grandy is like Randy, only it has a G at the beginning.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Current
Secret of Düsterburg,
dungeon.
featuring Grandy.
XY? No, that's not. There we go. No, that's how you do it. Alright. Copy map array to game manager's map array and add visited flag. Oh, that's something I will have to add later. I guess I can use a signal then?
I just updated the Chinese language. Woohoo! Let's finally do the German language.
Send signal. To do. Send signal. Alright. I have to add that later. That's okay. So if current room is null, continue. No, I can't do that. I have to do like this. Room types and select appropriate array. Match. Wait, I don't even have to do this. I can just do that. I don't have to load the array to temporary variable anymore. I gotta realize that. This is a stupid way. There we go. I mean, I wouldn't even have to match. I wouldn't even have to select the proper array. I could just do another two-dimensional. I will do that later. This is not very efficient, but I will change that later. This is not efficient code, but it's fine for now. This is kind of stupid.
What is efficiency anyway?
Yeah, right?
I mean, the human eye can't see the efficiency anyway.
Yeah, like look at that stupid switch statement. I can just instead of loading
Stupid switch statement. I get these every day. Or okay, wait, no,
Switch
they're not
statement?
statements. They're requests. Stupid switch requests. I'm familiar
Also,
with those.
damn switch statement.
Yeah, this is what I'm doing right here is really stupid, but it works for now. I will optimize that definitely. Because that doesn't make any sense and is really not efficient or flexible at all. And I do like me some flexible coding. Alright, so tile array, I don't need that. I don't need a floor array, I don't need a wall array, I don't need an entity array. I don't even really need to calculate base positions.
There's a comment.
Oh, alright.
Bola8x writes, yo, love the game, saw some of the stuff at Bit Summit in Kyoto. I hope the game is doing great, so we can get even more awesome stuff in the future. Yeah, thanks a lot. Game is definitely doing well enough for us to continue development. So,
Yep.
and we would obviously love to come back to Kyoto sometime to present stuff at Bit Summit. It's always great to be there. So, things work out. I mean, we do have already ideas for the next project, and obviously post-game content, more CrossCode stuff.
It works and I have no idea why. It doesn't work and I have no idea why.
Yeah,
that's,
exactly.
that's kind of how it works.
Programming.
Why do I get stuff forwarded on Twitter? Oh no. Let me guess. Yay!
It's your
Yay.
it's your favorite quest. There's an anonymous author in our German translation document. Damn it.
Oh, I guess you should just say
Yeah.
something in the translation Discord.
Oh, I
Whenever I write adhere, it automatically selects HerrDekay. That's horrible.
Well. Tutu, aka, this is really embarrassing. Never look at this again and move on. Oh man, it's true though. No, but this code is actually really offensive. Like, I feel offended when looking at this. So I will definitely change that. Also, the thing is, when I want to add new room types, I have to create an array for every new room type, and that's just stupid. You don't do that.
Oh.
So, no, fuck that.
Ooh.
Oh,
you do a switch statement by type, and then
you know what?
Oh, boy.
I cannot look at this.
just make an array of arrays. and
Yeah,
just
I
use the
know. I'm
index.
doing this right now.
Good. Do it.
Oh,
That is actually one of the first lessons. Avoid switches, because most of the time when you do switches, it's probably that bad design.
Yes. Yeah. Just confuse the shit out of it.
Very,
always. But,
Well,
yeah.
most of the time. I mean, like if it's only like 1 or 2, 3 statements, but then you can might as well just use if statements. If you
It's too
honestly
much.
have to use a
Even-
switch statement to save some writing, that usually means probably not well designed.
Can I? Oh no, I have to define them by hand anyway, because they're different pools. I mean, I would have to check if I can iterate through folders in my resource tree later, so I don't have to input all the rooms by hand. But I don't know how to do that yet. I will. Yeah, that's something I will have to look up later. Let's do it like this for now, and then we can just get rid of that stupid switch statement. It's.
Yeah, let's get rid of all the switch statements and requests. I hate those.
Special. I already have a room type enumerator. I don't know why it. Alright, there we go. We will now create room arrays, right? We'll delete all this crap. We'll delete this crap.
Programming is just a bunch of ifs and else.
Ifs
no,
and else,
my boss.
yes.
Wow. Okay.
Of course.
And
if you had randomly on your keyboard,
Was
it
it
will work
basically
eventually.
the premise first episode of IT Crowd?
Oh no, man.
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, he isn't wrong on a very basic sense, considering it's all 1 and 0. Then of course everything's just if
I
and
mean, you
else.
do need at least some kind of some way to loop stuff, either by
Yeah, I know.
while statements or
You can also loop
labels,
with if and
or
else.
I don't know.
Labels.
You cannot really have repeating loops with if and like it's not. I don't think it's Turing complete if you only have if and else. So
Yeah, of course. You have to be able to get everywhere and stuff.
Computer generate a recursive algorithm. Start holo program. Yeah, that's how it works.
I mean, if and else statements obviously you need those, but
Well, you
not-
can use a
not-
lot of switches as well, I guess.
well, if you have switches, you don't need if statements. Yeah, I mean you don't, but you need more than just that.
Loops, just copy paste the code often enough.
God.
Oh man.
Why? I mean, by the way you said loops, now I have to think about the loops cat.
Loops.
Is there any like programming loop shows with the brother? Where's the loops cat?
The loops, brother.
I have to Google this now.
All right. So how instantiate do? I think it wasn't the method was called just instance, not instantiate, I think. But how do I actually how do I actually? That's
How is that be formed?
how even video game. This is new. I have to look it up in the tutorial code I wrote.
Tutorial code.
Yeah, I am doing courses for Godot right now.
Oh, I see.
So I do have some small stuff I worked on, and since I'm not super familiar with language yet, I kind of have to look it up sometimes.
There's no loops cat within programming context. I'm so disappointed.
Is it in here? No. Is it in here? No. Is it in no? Character. Enemy. There's nothing. Wait, I did some instantiating, didn't I? Before.
I'm so disappointed in you, internet.
Oh, there we go. So you load. Alright.
Yes.
And then you instance.
There's not enough stuff on the internet.
Yeah. And you know, whenever I gonna do a presentation which will involve loops in any way, I have to remember I have to use this meme. I have to dig it out of the grave from I don't know a few
So
years
you will
ago
basically
to
be
put it
this-
in my slides,
You will
so people will see this obscure.
will
Nobody will
basically
get
be
this
this-
reference, but my
this one. You will basically be this one university professor who tries to be hip with the kids by using outdated memes really
yes,
badly.
yes, no, I only do this for myself, so my life is complete. Like nobody will get this, and they'll probably think it's just a weird cat meme. Because
Yeah, it's a
never die.
also it's a cat meme that's most likely very not timeless. I would assume.
Yeah. Even though it definitely
It's not
should
one of
be.
those. It's not one of those timeless cat memes.
Yeah, I
but
have some loops. It's amazing.
I still don't get the joke. It's just.
What? What's not to get? It's a cat that wants the loops. Get the loops. Yeah. How do you even
why?
pronounce this?
Loops.
Loops. Brother.
It's like loads. And then. Oh. Like this. And I will just remove this. And at current room. And then I will say instance. Oop. Okay, so now I have access to the main, to the base room node. So how do I move it? Room nodes. How do I get the property? Oh, I actually. Wait, what happens? Oop.
Leia, can I harvest your lips? We so much fun.
Oh. I actually have no way of moving the rooms right now. Whoops. I should change that. This was position 2D? Yes. There we go. And now I have a transform I can move around. Yes.
How long is this and what is actually playing right now? Oh, it's F1 Odyssey thing. Anyway, I'm just gonna skip it. It's going way too long. Yay. More Risk of Rain. Felix, I have actually started to play a bit of Into the Breach recently. I mean, I've already unlocked most of it anyway, but
what did you play? Sorry, I didn't listen.
Into the Breach.
Okay.
You know, the game with a good soundtrack. And I mean, it is a very good game. Because at first, I mean, I'm in this point where it's really hard for me to get into games, really. Like, find the passion to really start a game up or something. Even games that I already started at some point. And then I've basically forced myself to play Into the Breach again a bit, and I was hooked again after like a few minutes. Such a good game. And I think, Felix, even you should try it at some point, because it's pretty quickly to get into. It is very puzzle heavy in a way.
It's not my kind of game, I think.
But Felix, you like puzzles.
No, well, I like Zelda kind of puzzles. I don't really like these kind of strategy kind of games for some reason.
But it's basically a puzzle, Felix.
Still don't, I think.
Felix, it has giant robots.
That's not an argument.
It is a very good argument, Felix. CrossCode has giant robots, and you see how good that game is.
I mean, there's a long list of games I want to try out, and Into the Breach is really far down there. I mean, I even tried in Dead Cells, and it's not really my kind of game that much.
Felix, your taste sucks.
No, your taste sucks.
Damn, I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
But Felix,
Two.
did you ever consider playing
Just
Dwarf
ATV. Just ATV just entered. Hey, here, I love Alundra. Alundra is awesome. Yes. Oh wait, Vardon, like you said before, it's Lex and Secret hopes for Alundra being part of the PS1 Classic. Which?
Oh, you mean like the small
Classic.
console?
Oh.
Is it like a small?
Is there one? I'd never heard of that.
I think they try to do a knockoff of the Nintendo things.
Oh yeah, they do actually. Interesting. That's cool. I mean, sure. I mean, if it works for Nintendo, why not do the same? That's cute. Man, they should add Alundra. That was a game.
So would this work now?
Alundra was amazing.
Place rooms. We'll see, I guess.
Playing it is this Risk of Rain, right?
Oh.
Yeah, it's Risk of
Risk
Rain.
of Rain.
That's a good soundtrack.
Yeah, it has a really good soundtrack.
Unlike Faster Than Light and Into the Breach.
Shut up, Felix. Shut up. You're wrong.
Okay, I still didn't manage to import the German translation, but I will do so now.
I mean, German is a very complicated language.
Yeah, it takes time to import.
It takes
Need
much
to-
longer than to import.
It's a very special algorithms to pass the German. Those German sentences, because if you are not careful, the algorithm will just break because of the long words.
Invalid set index 0 on base array with value of type array. Where did you... Alright.
So what's the issue?
Oh, do I have to
Invalid
cast
set
it?
index.
Do I have to cast this as an int? That may be the case because it's an enumerator. And
Why
this-
do you put the stuff into an array? That's one question I have. So you have prozedural and... Oh!
Yeah, it's my room objects basically, or my room scenes basically. So they will later just be. I will later just iterate. I hope this actually works. I will iterate
So you will
through the
randomly iterate over those and then just select one of them at random over.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Oh, okay.
So I may have to cast them as int because they're an
man.
enumerator. Maybe.
Can you show how is normal puzzle special boss defined again? It's just an enum?
Yeah, it's just an enum. Why? But it is initialized.
By the way, the music is really quiet, said Self.
Is it?
Maybe.
I can make it a bit louder, I guess. Just teeny tiny bit. I actually... Oh, I can actually just make it a lot louder.
I'm currently checking if there's any way to turn an enum into an integer.
Well,
No way.
Can I do this? Does this work?
No way.
But it seems to have an index of 0, right? It just... Let's see what happens now. Nope. But I can assign arrays to arrays. That's how I do two-dimensional arrays.
When my invalid set index 0.
Yeah. So it does actually interpret the first...
Can you go down again?
Yeah, sure.
Oh man, there's always a delay. I have to wait now. There's a long delay, okay.
Oh, do I have to use append? That might be the case.
Invalid set index 0. Can you try to, instead of writing an array with normal room, just write the string normal room to see if that is the issue? Oh, you think you may have to use append?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what someone in chat just suggested. So
I mean, yeah, in some languages you may have to like resize the array before you can just assign with an arbitrary index. Or you can just append.
wait, I can try to resize. using room-type.num. So this
That
might
sometimes helps.
work. Oh, there we go. I do not see any instance of anything. All right. Sync scene changes, sync script changes.
Yeah,
Deploy
that's the
with
kind of
remote
stuff you have to
debug.
do in more strict languages.
Yeah,
JavaScript is just whatever.
yeah, and GML as well.
That's nice. Felix, did you already see that Tanky worked on a 3D model for Emily?
Yeah, I saw that a bit today. I watched the stream a little bit.
Looks really nice already.
Where can I see the current version?
I'm not sure if it's the current version. I mean, there is something that was posted in media, and then there is something that Rusty posted a bit later in #CrossCode.
Made quite some progress.
Oh, I see. Rusty also does one. So basically, two people are doing Emily 3D model. It's interesting.
Where does Rusty do one?
It's in #CrossCode. He hasn't put it in media yet.
Oh my gosh, that's an Emily drawing. Elia drawing.
Is there something here, maybe?
Very cool style. It's kind of reminds me.
2 times smiling, Elia. How did this happen?
Yeah, because we have two from 2 different servers.
Oh, I see what Rusty did. Yeah, it looks also
It
nice.
looks really cool, really nice.
But is this really like handmade or is it like composed out of one of these editors?
I don't know. I mean, I know that I'm pretty sure that I think Tanky uses like Blender or something. I'm not sure if she's
some Autodesk.
Autodesk.
Yeah.
So Maya, basically. I mean, not necessarily Maya,
Might
but
be 3D Studio Max or Maya.
Yeah.
They're both. Obviously, everything is Autodesk except Blender.
Oh, right. I have to... Guess I have to do that. This is a learning experience, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to add...
yeah, Rusty in the
yeah.
chat actually says mine is just composed, not legal.
Okay.
Yeah. It can look like that because you apparently have all of these editors that people use to quickly compose for these persons.
Guys, Emily is totally legal. I don't see the problem.
Hannah always speaks one language.
What? What are you talking about?
Liga can only mean one thing for it.
Yes, lawyer stuff.
Okay, I actually import the German language. I will now commit the change.
I don't think the dungeon generator has to be its own scene.
Oh no.
So, can I... Was it? Was it like this? Oh, no, it was like this. Get parent. Yes.
I didn't know RPG Maker 2003 had a dark mode. Oh, damn it. The shade.
And everything running in the stream channel is RPG Maker.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah. I'm importing, no. Export.
Get child.
Get child. But I hope you also can take care of it. Properly.
Yep.
Wow, I just opened this auto page when I searched for the PS PlayStation Classic. And that was like a few minutes ago, and this page is still loading. How is that even possible? Damn it.
Does add child actually return the node? Nope. Of course not. All right. Let's see how this will work out. All right, it does connect a whole lot of parent node is busy setting up children. Add node failed. Oh. Hmm. I think it's because it's in a for loop, right? Just
What's in a follow?
yeah, the thing is I'm iterating through the dungeon grid and you know, instantiate rooms. But the debugger now tells me that the parent node is busy setting up children, which just sounds really wrong. And I think the problem is because it's trying to instantiate it all during the loop. So
Maybe it's this load function. Maybe is this actually synchronous, or does this have a callback where you have to react to?
I have no idea. But
That's something for us
there's
to look
a
up.
call deferred. Like this. Oh, there we go.
Does this work?
Yes.
Oh,
Nice. All right.
that's interesting.
All right.
It's whatever the difference is.
I'd really like to know why it doesn't show the nodes, though. I do have remote debug activated. Yeah, but it does work. It even sets the position correctly.
Neat.
Nice. I think it has problems with setting the starting room, actually. This is really weird. But I think that's just something to work out. Oh, I can just scale the window. Yeah, it doesn't even generate anything in the bottom row.
The German translation is done. I just managed to import all languages. It only took me like over 2 hours. I think.
Man.
Jesus.
Nice, that's good.
I am
Oh, there's a question. Did you move on from Game Maker?
I'm trying to.
Guess you've
he said it.
I'm working on it.
No wonder the development took 7 years, Kappa. Yeah. Now imagine how long it actually would have taken if I did everything in real life. Probably 30 years.
Dear Godot, could you please add that comment to the no? Would you kindly? I want to fold that function, but the comment is in the way. All right, I just remove it then.
I just have
See
to
if I
share
can.
this. I have to share this amazing loops image.
All right, so I think there's a problem with Randy. So maybe I don't have to make this -1? Be pretty weird. Damn it, Randy.
Bola 8X asks, how much copies do you need to sell to make the game voice acted?
There we go. Randy was the problem. I told you so. It was Randy's fault.
Oh man, as
Damn it.
always, Randy.
God damn it, Randy.
Randy's scapegoat. Oh, that looks neat. There's a lot of unique rooms there.
Yeah.
A+ dungeon.
Don't dungeon shame me.
I will just also post something that Zelf posted to me in private, because I always post private conversations. No, it's like posts from the multimedia access for a CrossCode thread from the not the RPG Atelier, but from the from the RPG forum. And I like that. Someone is like, I didn't really understand why there are sometimes player NPCs on those hard-to-reach cliffs, and then just look into nothing, basically. Zolf answered, did you never see NPCs, not NPCs, people just AFKing somewhere? And another one answered, yeah, of course. I mean, it's the same here. People just bum around. It's the most impossible to reach places in the game. I mean, just to be AFK there. I mean, it's very realistic that way in CrossCode.
Yeah.
You just try to reach very hard to reach places, and then you just go AFK at those places for the bragging rights or whatever, or to annoy people.
170, 300, 430, 500. Twenty, 30, 40, 60, 780. Yeah, so due to a lot of workarounds, A lot of workarounds you have to do in Game Maker. I reduced 780 lines of code to 198. Oh no, I'm sorry. 206. Just because of basic functionality Game Maker does not have.
Oh man.
That's
half the fun of half the fun in World of Warcraft was to have the most unique AFK spot in the capital city prior to flying.
Okay.
Oh no, CrossCode.com is down apparently.
What?
Felix, what's happening?
so much code.
The website is down.
Oh no.
I think actually our hoster warned us about that. There might be a down time for like not long.
That means no one can play CrossCode for the time, Felix.
Luckily, that's not the case. That would be hell if that was the case, I think.
No one can collect friendship points during that time, Felix. What are we doing?
It's so weird that it just sometimes just creates a line
Yeah,
of
let me
rooms.
check. Right, yeah, this is actually in the night from 16th October to 17th October. Starting from 22 o'clock, there will be like maintenance work. So that's why about 30 minutes and somebody noticed. Jesus.
God damn it. And now we interrupted Dennis like 3 or 4 times because of that nonsense, sorry.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Always interrupt Dennis.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, you may talk.
Thank you. I just it's a bit weird that it sometimes just generates a line of rooms. That's a bit weird.
Just a straight line. That doesn't sound like very probable. That's like a vertical line. Okay.
That's not an interesting dungeon at all.
Yeah.
Now it generates a column. Huh. So weird though. Why? Why do you do this?
That's how Final Fantasy 13 happened, probably. Accidentally linear dungeon generation. And that is really weird. I mean, now it looks decent, and then suddenly just.
Yeah, the thing is, the algorithm works like that. It's basically I told it to Hannah before. I call it throw poop at wall.
Okay.
It basically works like you have your starting room and you just randomly throw rooms at the grid and hope that one connects. And if it does, you do the same again until you have a room density that you define beforehand. That way, you may actually make sure that every room is properly connected. And you can do like difficulty areas and stuff.
You have like a fixed grid size, and you just randomly put a room anywhere in the grid, and you check if there's a room in an adjacent cell, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you
just repeat it.
You connect that, and if there's already a room at the cell, you just repeat. Obviously,
right?
Don't place 2 rooms at the same. Okay. So I think, strictly speaking, this should always be perfectly random, so it's highly unlikely it makes a line like this. Extremely unlikely.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is so weird.
Okay, so you have the start cell. What is the start cell actually?
Oh, it's just a value between 0 and the dungeon width.
And is that like where you start? That's where you put the first room, definitely. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Room type normal, current key. What is current key level exactly? Is that
that's a difficulty region. That's not relevant right now.
Okay. Then you just add number of rooms. Okay, and then rooms, progress.
Linear Randy.
Yeah.
I think it's Randy's fault.
Yeah, probably. No, I mean, even if Randy would always produce non-random values, I mean, the algorithm would effectively just be stuck.
Yeah, and the thing is, it cannot get stuck. It has a number of retries. In that case, 200. So it will try to place a room 200 times until it just says, "All right."
Okay, and then it says, "Okay, Yeah, never mind. Can you go down again?
Yeah, sure.
Just I want to see the algorithm detail and maybe I see
I
something.
can.
And then retry. Okay, so you make some retries, yes. And then you make current cell get room type. So you make sure there is not already a room. Then you, if there is a room, you just retry. Okay, check neighboring cells. Get cells by neighbor.
Yeah, it just counts.
And you just count how many neighbor cells you have. If
exactly.
it's 0 or what is this NB larger 3? So I mean,
if it's 4. So if there's actually no way to connect the room. Wait, let me think right now.
I mean, it counts how many rooms are around it. If there are more than 4, that means there's like an empty spot surrounded by 4 rooms, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
right.
You should be able to put a room in there, right? Theory. Or is there anything? Is there a reason why this wouldn't work?
Let me think.
I mean, you already checked that in the current spot there isn't room. And if there's if there's 4 neighbor rooms, it should still work in principle, right? Oh, no, wait. If it's 0, it means there's no room. Then there's no point in placing it. But if it's 4, that essentially means you have a hole in your dungeon, more or less, right? So that means you can just put a room in there. But maybe that's an issue with that. I don't know. I mean, maybe you don't want that.
I don't really remember why I did that, but I know there was
in any case,
some reason. Yeah, but it
shouldn't lead to this problem. No,
exactly. It shouldn't really matter.
Okay, so then you said retry to 0 because now it worked. Just something. What happens actually if you do fail? If retry is over the threshold, what happens? So you increase retry, you continue. Can you go up to the while statement again?
Yeah, if the retries exceed the max retries, it just breaks the loop.
It breaks the loop, and I'm just wondering where retry is initialized. Oh, it's up there. Okay, yeah,
it's up here, right?
Okay, yeah. Because no, wait, number rooms. So if retry, if you break the while loop,
it's basically a secondary escape from the loop. But it's retrying 200 times, man. I have to get really unlucky to have this line all the time. No. And it's a perfect line too. That's so weird about it. I wonder what happens there.
Okay, I mean the thing is, if you don't succeed after 200 retries, it just stops generating in general. Maybe
yeah, exactly. Right.
Case. Maybe the get cell neighbors. How exactly does it work? This function?
Oh, it's actually pretty straightforward. It just checks in every direction if there's a room, and if it is, it just counts up and returns the count.
Yeah, I want to see exactly. Because that might be potential why there might be an issue.
Yeah, maybe I did
some. So X, Y, and okay. So X cell of cell X plus 1. Is this smaller dungeon with? Yes, X check cell Y. Yeah, okay, and then you have X check. Is it greater equal 0? Because 0 is a valid value, isn't it? Just wondering.
Oh.
So that might be one mistake.
Yeah, that
X should be greater equal 0.
Actually true. I think I just mistyped that. That might actually already help out.
That might actually. I'm not sure. This might actually be the reason why.
So this looks right.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's exactly why it doesn't work. All you need is your room must be
Yeah.
at the border, and then
Exactly.
it cannot place a room below it because it thinks no, it cannot place a room next to it because the room to the left is already out of bounds, even though it isn't. So that's why it happens.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It was
that's it.
just this really stupid typo. Nice.
There
those,
you go.
those are the best things.
Yeah, that happens more likely than you think. No, thanks.
All right, but yeah, it seems to work. No more line dungeons. I'm sorry. No, we have actual dungeons.
Nice.
This is kinda cool. I think I can even just to see it better. I think if I go to project settings, maybe window. Let's do 16.
That's, by the way, also why pair programming can be so effective, because it's actually quite impressive if you have somebody working the code and somebody looking at it, how quickly you tend to find mistakes. It's because you just have a different perspective if somebody's just sitting next to it, actually not writing, but just looking at it. So if you're working on complicated programs, I think Stefan and me also did that for some complicated parts in CrossCode, actually. Like we had some really messed up bugs with in the circuit menu early on.
All right.
Like that.
I thought I could. Oh no, I don't have a camera right now, right? I need like a 2D camera thing, camera 2D thingy to zoom out or something. something camera. Like, I don't know, like this, and just zoom it out. 0.2. Oh no.
What is the PEP8 standard? I'm just wondering.
Pip pip pip.
Pip, pip, pip.
Pip.
Pip, yeah. Oh, that's Python. Okay.
Pip, pip.
Some Python standard. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Now we see the dungeon. Yay! Yee!
Yeet.
Yee!
What was
We
the,
do have that
the
sound.
again?
Yes. Yee.
No, that was yeah.
Yee.
Amazing.
Maybe if he plays this, we have to also play.
It's no use.
But can
Oh,
this
did I
create
just-
loss? No, it actually cannot create loss.
Oh no, not this one.
Oh.
It's amazing.
I must somehow make sense of our convoluted situation.
Oh.
I do say that the creator himself did in fact refer to this as amateurish. Yee.
Yee!
Haven't used that for a long time. It's nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Feels amazing.
Alrighty. Yeah, this looks about right.
Only a P.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6.
Guys, I have a really important announcement for you. If you play Star Ocean and Nemesis, please back up your data. It's important. I just...
Okay.
And also, if you have your voice settings set to Japanese and attempt to enhance 2B or join a mission using her or him, 2B was, I don't know. The app becomes unplayable. Please set your voice settings to English until the issue is addressed. So even super professional games like that have problems, guys. It's very reassuring.
So, oh, there's the default clear color. That's what I was looking for. There you go. Oh, now it's, well, that's dumb. I just wanted it in the game, not in the editor. Oh, I'll work it out. Ha! Alright! We did the first big step in porting Legend of Shizuka to Godot. Isn't that nice?
Nice.
Seriously, what were you even thinking? But in comparison to Extra Frosty, it's still humane. Since my best time is about 14 minutes to solve this extra. Felix,
What?
you painted the target on my back on Twitter.
Oh no!
What were you even thinking?
You gotta
just gonna
take
answer.
responsibility for your design center.
I'm just gonna answer get good scrub.
No.
So if I invoke Randy again. Randy modulo rooms. Is it? Wait. Would this work? We'll see, I guess.
So we're gonna tell our translator.
Oh, it does.
Publishers that translations have been updated. Dup-de-dup.
Huh, this actually works. Nice. All right. Randy, you're the best. So now it actually pulls a random room from the array. That's good. Not that there's much random rooms to pull from right now, but you know.
Well, at least it seems my friend Sergey is actually enjoying the puzzles in CrossCode. That's good.
I mean, you've modeled your Hexor character after him, so
Yeah.
of course he
I wonder
likes
how he will
puzzles.
enjoy the Vermilion base part. That one is the best part.
Yeah. By the way, how long do you want to continue?
I think I'm pretty much
2 hours. Okay.
I mean, there's again no stream drawing. I'm sorry.
Oh man.
I can't.
Ah,
I
we
know.
can't. The press.
But we actually worked on a lot of cool code today,
Oh yes.
and
Yes.
Godot is
Nice
still
time
amazing.
generation.
I really,
Makes
I
good
really like it.
impression, yeah.
Yeah, it worked really well. Actually, pretty happy with how this worked out.
Then I can still play a bit of Witcher because it's not too late yet. Yay!
Oh, does
Then I
this
can
does this actually work?
Maybe I should just play Witcher and stream it, lol. Or maybe not.
I mean,
I guess I could. I mean, that's how it's one way to get the stream, the number of streams from us, I suppose.
oh man, I like this variable
Good
inspector.
idea.
I'm even playing in English, so that helps at least.
I mean, I heard that it actually sounds best in Polish.
Yeah, but that might be challenging for me.
Let's say this dungeon has
But Felix,
200 rooms.
but I think, but I thought you have a lot of experience with Polish.
Yeah.
Polish. So why should that be challenging, Felix?
What do I? Sorry?
You have so much experience with Polish. And you should also finally be able to understand Finnish at this point.
Yeah. Question, are you more into Jennifer or Triss? I actually didn't meet any of those. Yet. I'm not that far into the game yet, so...
Felix,
Yeah?
why are you playing one of those cheap-ass waifu games?
You of all people are gonna say that, man.
Now this is a dungeon, man.
Wow. I don't think it's large enough. For me, we're talking about a CrossCode fan game. Make at least 2 times that.
It doesn't even fit on camera.
Make sure that every room is a challenging puzzle. And maybe like 5 combat rooms, but all other rooms just really challenging puzzles, and that is what CrossCode is, pretty much.
And every single of those rooms is a puzzle.
Exactly.
There we go. This looks...
Then there's like some rooms where you see enemies and you're really happy, you start to fight them, then it just disappears and suddenly there's a puzzle. It's like it tricks you into thinking there's combat.
That's a nice dungeon.
I think I might understand why you did this at most 3 neighboring rooms, because I think that's how you get those holes a bit more likely.
Yeah, that was probably the reason.
Yeah.
I really don't remember exactly, but that sounds about right.
Wait, do we have another meme image? Another meme redraw image?
Where?
That came out of nowhere. Give me a second. Oh, by the way, guys, manga is the article of the day on German Wikipedia.
X-Dragon has got quite a lot of subscribers thanks to CrossCode Let's Plays recently.
Nice.
I'm happy for him. I mean, speedruns. CrossCode speedruns have become really crazy. Did you see the recent meme run where people finished the game with Shizuka?
What?
I'm not joking. Don't ask me how. I saw the credits with Shizuka and somehow it worked.
Wow,
why?
Nice. That's cool.
The funny thing is the game has like the intro Shizuka and then the correct Shizuka character. The thing about the intro Shizuka, it's like really hacked. You have like really high stats, but you can still level up. So I can see how this character is incredibly overpowered. And if you manage to play here, things might be really easy. And this is actually really attractive for speedrunners. So I can see how this might actually be a real thing. And now the game is still finished in below 1 hour 40 something.
Oh,
so it's still very fast.
I should really get on learning that run.
It's ridiculous.
Sounds amazing.
CrossCode is so broken.
Yeah, I'm so impressed. I mean, I was already like, okay, 4 hours, man, that's really fast. And now it's like less than 2 hours. Like, what the heck?
People are wondering if they can do 1.5 hour. I mean, they're already below 150.
That was a productive evening, and I learned a lot of stuff. That's nice.
Yep,
it's
okay.
It's actually something I realized when learning Unity, like doing a procedural generation algorithm of whatever is a great way to learn a new programming language, because you use just everything there is. It's really nice.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
All right.
Oh,
This looks good.
It's
all
good
right.
music. It's good music.
I'm happy with my progress today. Alrighty. I think I'm done.
You're done?
I'm done. I guess.
I don't want to change this great music track, Felix. Otherwise, I would play the track.
Alrighty, guys. So I guess that's it for today.
Yes, it is.
Next
tomorrow.
official next official dev stream will be on
Most likely on Saturday, but I mean, unless something happens, because we kind of want to get back into the normal stream rhythm and stream days. And for this month, we will try to have it happen like every remaining weekend, because we need that affiliate.
So next weekend will definitely work for me, at least on Saturday. I'm not sure about next weekend, but Mike will obviously.
Reminds us. Yeah, we'll see.
But we will maybe around that weekend, if not on the weekend. So maybe Monday again.
Nice. All right, so thank you guys for watching this stuff. It was a great learning experience for us all. I think.
Thanks, Dennis, for using the stream to make progress on this amazing, not official fan game.
Yes,
it's not official, you guys.
The official
but
spin-off.
It's still great.
The official spin-off for CrossCode. And thanks for watching. It was really fun.
Yes.
Thanks for hanging out with me, Felix and Hannah.
Yeah,
Again,
thanks for doing those streams. They're really, really fun, and it's great. It's great for me to have like the other thing where I just sit there and comment on stuff and don't actually have to work that much.
Yeah.
Nice.
By the way, I like that you didn't say thanks for joining my channel.
Yeah. Thanks for joining, not my channel. But, I wish you all a good night, and I guess next official stream will be on Saturday. Probably, maybe.
Yes, most likely. We will announce it.
Yeah. Good night.
Night. Bye. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye. I'm waving my hand, but there's no webcam for me. It's like it's a habit. Whenever I hear this music, I'm waving.